What's good, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. If you don't know who I am, my name is Blake. I'm 22 years old, I'm from New Zealand, and I build and exit Ecom brands. Last week, I live streamed a 4-day challenge up on my socials. It totaled about 5 hours across the 3 days, but essentially went from absolutely zero, no Shopify account, no nothing, all the way to creatives made, store made, offer made, running ads on Meta by the end of day 3. Now, I did this on live for free because I think it's really important to give people that initial value, just showing you how to get that initial proof of concept with this business model. But I'm also not oblivious to the fact that people have fucking lives, right? Unfortunately, not everyone was able to attend all 3 days. That's just how it is. Like, people have family stuff, people have work stuff, they got life shit. It is what it is. So what I've decided to do is compile all 3 days worth of recordings into this video here, pretty much completely uncut, just so you guys can see exactly what happened over all 3 days. Whether you missed a day, whether you missed the whole fucking event, you guys are now gonna see exactly, step by step, fully uncut, how to go from nothing to a full ecom brand that is running ads via paid media, and by the end of the challenge was making sales, getting consistent reach checkouts, getting consistent add to carts. All right, this video is gonna be quite long, so no more time for bullshit. Let's just get straight into it. Obviously, welcome in everyone. Today is day 1 of the first sale challenge. It's gonna be focused on essentially the first pillar of ecom, which is product research. So yeah, we're gonna go through, break a few limiting beliefs to start off with. A lot of people assume off the rip that you're gonna need a bunch of prior experience, whether that's in whatever, ecom, drop shipping, building websites, day trading, marketing to get started. And the reality is that's completely false. I started with absolutely no experience in any of that, and the majority of people do. It's like riding a bike, you know, you just gotta jump on and give it a crack. Now, secondly, because a lot of people, and a lot of the reason I'm doing this live instead of recording it or posting a video is because a lot of people dawdle and procrastinate and put stuff off. Truth is, it's the people that, you know, take action and are efficient and driven that they go far with any business model, including ecom. So that's super, super important. And it is true that even a beginner, you know, if they understand the right framework, can validate a product before, you know, spending a single dollar on paid media, whether, you know, you're running Facebook ads or TikTok ads, whatever. You don't have to necessarily go in blind and spend a bunch of money working out if it's going to work or not. Cool. Just to make sure everyone's engaged, drop a 1 in the chat if you are ready to get started and do some product research. All right, cool. Yeah, all right, you guys are dialed. All right, sweet. So here's exactly what we're going to be going through tonight. Essentially, we're going to go through, we're going to find some real products. We're going to go through an actual process that I use personally with some spy tools and software to find some products that are going to meet some certain KPIs. We're going to go through those KPIs as well using the 7 signal system, which is essentially just like a framework as to some benchmarks, some variables that a product has to have before you want to waste your time with it. Like if you go in and find something that's like meh, or does, you know, a couple of things are right, but is missing quite a few of those actual variables, then it's probably not going to do very well. And you're definitely going in more blind. And then obviously the workbook for you guys to fill out as you're going along is in the WhatsApp group as well. Cool. So that's today. Tomorrow, we're going to build out a store, build out a product page for the product we choose today. I'll probably choose like 3 to 5. Like I'll probably pull 3 or 5 out and show you guys some examples of stuff in different niches and different ticket prices, etc., just so you guys can get a more broader idea of, you know, product research and the sort of stuff that works. But probably choose 1 at the end of today, and tomorrow we'll build a store around it. Day 3, we're going to do some marketing. So we're going to go through, build a bunch of direct response creatives, and then we are going to launch a campaign on Meta. And then on the 18th, so 6 days from now, we're going to jump back on stream, show you guys the results. All right, we're gonna go through, no hiding behind anything, and show you guys exactly how it went. Go through the ad account, go through the store, probably put up like a profit tracking app as well, and see if we were net profitable on that first product. It's important you guys, like if you're going to attend any course, it's important you attend all three as well. Obviously they are in order and they are very different disciplines. Like product research is one part of it, one aspect of it, obviously. Then you've got, building out a store that's got some good social proof, got some good urgency, and is essentially going to convert, has a good offer, etc. And then the marketing as well. If you miss any of that, you're going to have a huge gap in your knowledge where it's going to be very hard to sort of fill that up just with some random bullshit off YouTube. Cool. Cool. Yeah, so day 4, open up the ad account, do a bit of a review, and then on day 4, we're also going to do a giveaway. I'm not going to leak what we're giving away yet, but it should be pretty sick. Haven't done a giveaway as such on anything like this previously, but it'll definitely be pretty sick. So worth your time and showing up for that one and attending all 4 days. Cool. So grab the first workbook. If you guys have any questions or whatever as well, feel free to write them down at the wherever you want. And at the end of each day, we'll do a bit of a live Q&A just so I can answer some questions, etc. If there's anything I've gone over too quickly or anything you guys are confused on. So yeah, I was exactly where you guys were like 4 years ago now, 18, working at Wendy's. I think the most frustrating thing about trying to get started with something like this is not knowing, like you don't know what you don't know. Like the amount of like YouTube videos and shit I watched, and everyone has something different to say, and there's different people posting different parts of this process, and it's hard to sort of blend them all together and understand how it all works. So yeah, that's the reason I'm doing this as a live event and as all 3 parts over 3 days, so you can see the full model, full blueprint. One of the reasons I got started with this business model in particular, I had a mate who was doing it, and I could never really grasp the concept of how someone would ever purchase a product off of his store and not something like Amazon. But yeah, because there was some ads I got on TikTok one day for a pair of slides. If you know, you know. And it was terrible, like absolutely horrendous website, very poor social proof, very terrible offer. And I ended up buying them off Amazon. And then I had a friend, a good mate of mine, who I saw wearing them like the next week. I was like, wow, that like, if this is like the type of, if they can convert with that, then if you do a really good job of this, you're going to be able to make some serious money. So yeah, with that being said, the goal in building something like that out is to provide a product with a real USP, solid, unique selling points, solid, unique value proposition for your consumers, sourced from a private manufacturer. What that allows you to do is adjust anything you want. Say you're running a clothing product, you can adjust the materials, you can adjust the percentage of cotton or where the cotton's sourced from, depending on how you want to do stuff. You can emboss different designs rather than stitch it, whatever. Like you have so much variety and option to really start building something proper up. And that also allows you to have more of a real unique selling point, etc. Because if you are just sourcing something off of AliExpress, then essentially anyone can go do that. You don't have much of a moat around your business. There's nothing stopping someone else from doing the exact same thing as you. And obviously another really important part of it is having a store that's trustworthy, has some solid social proof, and a really appealing offer as well. Cool. So now we will get into the sort of framework I use to validate products, to go through and essentially determine whether something's going to be worth my time or not. And if it hits all 7 of these, it's definitely gonna, have some potential. If it's missing like a couple, that's okay, depending on which ones they are. But if it's missing more than a couple, it's probably not going to be something that's going to have any real legs under it. I think people as well, they downplay the importance of the product. Like a lot of people, a lot of gurus will come out and say it is like 100% your marketing. And the truth is, like, no matter how good you are at marketing, and you can be the best in the world at it, you can't sell everything. Like, you can't sell bullshit. And especially in terms of building a business that's going to have some longevity and some continuity, you have to provide something that people are going to want more than once. Because if you are, especially with how expensive paid media is, if you're depending on 100% of your acquisition to be new customers, then you're going to hit a market cap really, really fast. And that's going to be that. So you do need to provide something that has some unique value and is genuinely a good product. Cool. Here's a couple of results from people I've been helping recently, consulting for, mentoring for, just in their first few weeks. Obviously, this is a first sale sort of challenge. And this is the framework that gets results fast, like fast. Cool. Signals 1 to 5 is all about demand. Quite simply, if there's no demand, if there's no global interest in product concept, it's not going to sell. Signal 6 is the USP, unique selling point. If you don't have that, what stops someone from buying something similar from Kmart as opposed to purchasing from you? Like, you do really have to be providing something that has that unique value, or you just completely blend with everything else. And number 7 is about your percentage of the market share, essentially. So sometimes, you find a product and it has 0 competitors, and a lot of people would assume off the rip that's a great thing, and it can be, but it can also be a signal that no one's wanting to run it because it's not performing very well. On the flip side of that, sometimes you can run something and it has like 1 billion competitors, and it's just been absolutely rinsed to shit, and there's no way you're ever going to compete, especially as a beginner, against 30 other people selling the same product with the same unique selling points. There's only so many angles, etc. What you want is sort of something in between. Cool. Signal 1, ad volume. This is pretty important. If you find something with a very low number of ads, a small media library, and they're not, scaling their paid media very much, the odds of them doing well is very, very low. Pretty simply, no one is going to take their creative output from 50 ads in a month to 200 in a month unless they're making money, because why else would they do that, right? There's other little indicators in terms of ad volume as well. Like if you have a brand that had 200 last month and is down to 50 this month, it's probably turning to shit for them pretty fast, right? It's probably not working as well as it used to. And a lot of the time that correlates to just a general downtrend in the like global demand for the product. To have a look at this Facebook ad library, super good for it. You can jump on Shop Hunter, could also jump on Get Hooked as well. Facebook ad library is completely free. It's on Google. The other 2 are part of MasterKey, which I'll show you guys in a minute. Cool. This is another one that's super important. So occasionally you'll find a product that has, a solid amount of competition, good unique selling points, etc., and you'll find that almost all the competition is running very one-dimensional marketing, or you'll find that anything they've tried other than that one-dimensional marketing is not doing very well. And I personally wouldn't touch something that's only working off like one creative concept or like one sort of ad type. Like if you jump onto Facebook ad library, for example, and you see a competitor with 50 ads running, and every single one of them is, every single one of them that has their most impressions is a VSL targeting the same angle. And at the bottom is a bunch of different ones that have no impressions and they've all failed. Sometimes that's a bad sign that there's a very small, very niche market for a product. Like if only one angle is winning, it's going to be very hard to compete against multiple people just running the same angle. Cool. Store longevity. Sort of just spoke about this, but you don't want to be seeing something that's run well on the last 5 days on Callow and just jumping on that. It's typically a really, really good sign when something has been running consistently and ideally on an upwards trend for the last sort of 30 days. A lot of stuff, like we just spoke about, is too niche. It doesn't address a large enough audience and it dies super fast. And that is the kind of stuff you want to avoid. And by looking for stuff that has been running for a longer time frame consistently, you'll tend to avoid that niche pesky sort of shit. Cool. Global demand. This is actually super easy to gauge. Another free tool, Google Trends. You can just pull that up and chuck in any keywords related to the product, its unique selling points, its demographic, and see where the interest is. So example, let's chuck, like if you chucked in collagen into Google Trends at the moment, it would be like vertical. It would be like, it's going to be hella y-axis on the way up. And it would have been for months. And that's obviously a really, really good sign that there's a lot of global interest in that unique selling point in that product. So anything then that you find with, collagen is the unique selling point. There's products at the moment like supplements and stuff that are incorporating collagen. They're probably going to do pretty well because there's a lot of global demand for products with that ingredient in it. On the flip side, if you chuck in, a good one is smartwatches. Like if you chuck in smartwatches into Google Trends now, it is like on the way out. Like they have run their course. No one gives a fuck anymore. They were cool in 2016 with your Nike Roshis. And now no one cares, right? It's just the way the world works. Media trends and trends in general just come in and out. There's phases, 10 years ago, you were the man if you had an Apple Watch. And now people would rather have a Rolex. It's just the way it works. So you can't scale something that the world doesn't care about. So that's why it's important to get an actual gauge for the global demand of a product. Cool, pricing gap. So this is really, really important because perceived value makes up for a lot of how easy something is to convert. So for example, if you find a supplement and your cost per unit shipped is like $20 US, it's going to be really, really hard to sell that because someone can go to Chemist Warehouse and buy something very similar for probably a similar price. You also need, at the absolute minimum, $20 US profit per unit costed into your price that you're selling it for, or a 3x markup, whichever one is higher. Because occasionally you'll get stuff that's like, $5 cost per unit shipped, and at that point a 3x markup's only going to be $15. It's nowhere near enough margin. But say you have something that's going to cost you $20, you want to sell it for like 60 minimum. And anything less than that, you're just going to eat through ad spend, and it's going to be extremely hard to be profitable. So if you can't get like a 300% markup, I'd consider moving on. And obviously, anyone can just whack a 300% markup onto anything, but does it make sense for someone to buy your $20 US costed supplement? Are they going to buy that for $60 US? Are they going to spend 100 New Zealand dollars on a tub of collagen gummies? Probably not, right? You're pushing it because they can probably go, like I said, to Chemist Warehouse and get something a lot cheaper that's half similar. So it all comes down to finding something that has a high perceived value with a low cost per unit. Also bonuses if you get like really good quantity discounts. So especially when you're stacking, but like running bundles and stuff like that, a lot of the time your cost to send out one unit might be like $10, and your cost to send out 2 units might only be like $14, $15 because they can put 2 products in the same shipment. So you only pay for shipping once. If you can get a good quantity discount, you can run offers like buy one, get one free, buy 2, get one free, buy one, get one 50% off. Stuff that's really, really enticing, which is just going to have, it's going to be a lot more appealing and going to create a lot more FOMO for consumers, make it a lot easier to impulse purchase. Cool, unique selling point. This is by far the most important one. Unique selling point and like just your total market size are the two that are really, really going to separate a meh product from a really good one. Yeah, like if you don't have something to differentiate you from everything else, you simply blend in. And that's what it comes down to, I guess. Like if you are providing something that anyone can go and get, why would they ever buy it from you? They don't know you, they don't trust you, they've never seen you before. So the only way to really convince people that, you know, you are the person to buy it from is if you are providing something that they haven't seen before, that they, you know, weren't familiar with. So it looks like you are, you know, the sole provider or the producer of that product. Some examples, we're just speaking about collagen, but one of the biggest products in the world right now on TikTok Shop is protein powder with collagen and biopeptides in it. It's literally like, it's just protein powder. They're selling it for like $40 US, so it's pretty expensive for the size. It's like tiny, but it's simply the fact that, you know, the Karen on Facebook read 3 articles ago that collagen's really good for her skin, and she takes protein powder anyway, so why not try it? She can't necessarily go grab that at the supermarket. She buys protein powder anyway, and now it's got a unique selling point that, you know, she's heard of, she knows is worth her time. Second example, foam roller. Once again, like go to Ripple Sport, go to whatever, you can buy one fairly cheap. But if it's, you know, a foam roller with heat therapy and an app for guided recovery, now you have some unique selling points that set it apart. And now you're going to have a high perceived value. So, you know, if you start charging a similar price to standard foam rollers, why would someone not buy your one? It's objectively better. Like it's objectively now a better product, has that unique selling point, and you're charging, you know, a similar amount of money. So the USP is the absolute core principle to select the product based off. If you don't have a unique selling point, it's just not going to work. Cool, and we just sort of spoke about this as well, but like competitive volume. So if you, 5 to 10 stores, I reckon is about the sweet spot. Ideally, on the lower end of that, like around 5, because it's simple economics really. If there's a supply, it's usually because there's a demand. Right? No competition, 0 people selling it, or, you know, you see a bunch of people have tried and have quit. It's probably because it didn't fucking work, right? But when you see 5 people selling it and running ads for a few weeks, that is proof that there's demand there. You can then go and, you know, have a bit of a funnel hack around those competitors, work out, you know, what they're doing wrong, what they aren't doing, some angles that they aren't targeting, do some market research, find out some stuff they're missing, because you understand that the product has some demand. You can just attack the market in a slightly different way. Just stops you from shooting in the dark. It's the same thing with having like opposite thing is having way too many competitors. Like sometimes you'll like load up ad library and see like 30, 40 people running it, and at that point you've had 20 of you who've come in and gone, oh, I'm gonna, you know, switch up and run this angle, I'm gonna switch up and run this concept, and now you just have so many people trying to like differentiate the marketing of a product that it's going to be so hard to compete, especially as a beginner. So ideally, like a little bit of competition is good. Too much is a very big problem, and none is usually not a great sign either. Cool. So verdict: if it hits all 7, definitely test it. 100% test that shit, because these aren't like vanity metrics. These are all genuinely really, really important. So if it can hit all 7 of these, there is no reason it couldn't do really, really well. If it misses more than a couple, I'd pass. If it misses a couple, it's okay depending on what they are. Like the core ones, unique selling point, and like essentially just the market size. Those are non-negotiables. It needs to have those two. If it doesn't, don't waste your time. But let's say it only has 2 people running it instead of 5 to 10, or let's say it has 15 people running it, whatever. That's okay. Like if it hits everything else and it's just missing a couple little smaller elements, it's something you can still definitely give a go. Cool. So now we are going to jump on some spy tools and have a crack at doing some product research. So going to show you guys Master Key. Some of you have probably already seen it. For those of you who haven't, it is really good value. Cool. You guys should be able to see that now. Let me just make sure. All right, cool. So yeah, this is Master Key. It's like $30 a month, and it just gives you access to a crazy amount of tools, not just for product research, but just like general ecom stuff, general online business stuff. You've got like PP ads, Callow data, pull a few up. But then you've also got the more business stuff as well. You've got like Claude, ChatGPT Pro, Higgsfield, Banana. Gonna steal this one too. Sora, Canva, CapCut Pro, 11 Labs, like all the sort of subscriptions you'd have typically anyway if you were doing online business. And you literally click on it and it just logs you in. Like it's very helpful. And especially as a beginner, a lot of the time I see people either invest way too much money in these tools and like literally just run out of money so fast, or not have them and just be like shooting completely in the dark, which is probably even worse. Cool. So like we just spoke about, I'm going to pull up some of these tools, Pippi ads and Callow data. To be honest, they're like, if you're in the ecom scene, if you know anything about ecom, these are two of just like the biggest product researching tools available at the moment. They're essentially just like libraries of products that are actively running or have been run historically, which you can use, some different filters to sift through. Get Hooked is similar, but it also has, like, it includes essentially an ad library, which allows you to go through, find the creatives that are being run for different products, work out, how many active ads a brand has, or, how many competitors you have for a product, etc. Shop Hunter, similar thing, just allows you to gauge the level of competition. And Google Trends is very, very good for that market research and analyzing global demand, like we spoke about. Cool. So we're going to jump into e-commerce, add product, and then we're going to chuck a bunch of filters in. So start date, like last 30 days, minimum number of ads, 10 impressions. I'm going to go for a max of 500,000, just because anything over that's going to be pretty saturated. But then we're going to sort by impressions as well. So that is like the typical set of filters that I'll chuck in when I'm using this app. And then on this one here, this one's a bit easier. Usually just go for revenue growth rate above 0%, which just means it's not down month on month compared to the previous 30 days. Revenue source of content should always be videos, not lives or any of that bullshit. Cool. Easy. So like we spoke about, the main things we're going to be looking for: unique selling points, market size. Other than that, we're going to be having a look at the sort of ad volume. You can see here with PP ads, it shows the number of ads that are actively being ran for the product on TikTok. Now I do like 90% at least of my paid media, my paid ads through Meta, so Facebook, Instagram. However, it can be a really, really good idea to take a concept that's already doing well, say on TikTok, etc., and bring it over to something like Facebook, Instagram. Reason being, 4 billion people have Meta software. You know, I don't know a single person who has TikTok who doesn't have Instagram. So you're able to target essentially the same audience, but just without the direct competitors that you're already looking at here. Cool. A lot of people as well will tend to ask me, you know, how do we know if we can run something? How do we know if this is a brand or it has IP, patents, trademarks, etc.? Obviously, other than just having a look at like USPTO, the general rule of thumb is if you're able to get something sourced from the manufacturer, then it's typically a readily available Chinese good. And at least 9 out of 10 products that you see on here are just readily available Chinese goods. Like a lot of these people, for example, there's a few products I've already seen that I know. This one here. These are just people who found a readily available Chinese supplement and literally just like canvaed their brand name over it. It's not their product. It's not their intellectual property. It's their trademark, but it's not their patented product. So without running their logos, you're completely fine to run this if that is the case. And typically, you know, you literally just send a screenshot of a product to a private supplier and ask, like, are you guys able to source this? Does it come with this logo or does it come without one? If it comes without one, it's just a readily available Chinese good. Yeah, you're like perfect example. So we just saw this one like what, 4 scrolls ago? Yeah, under a different name. And they're targeting different avatars as well. So this one's for mental clarity and focus. It's actually a pretty solid product. I'll open a few up and then we'll sort of go through them and have a look and see why I've pulled them out. Go through the sort of global demand for the product, have a bit of a look into like Google Trends, Shop Hunter, Get Hooked, etc. See the level of competition for them. And we'll do that for both PP ads and Calo data, and then we'll decide on a few at the end that we'll take through to tomorrow. All right, this one's somewhat interesting. Now we'll jump over to here and do the same thing. The way to sort of gauge volume on Calo data is a bit different to PP ads. So PP ads, like you saw, we literally have the ad count, the active ads. With this one, we have a revenue graph because Calo data is products from TikTok Shop. They obviously don't have any paid media. It's all through like affiliate marketing, etc. So the way to really gauge the consistency and longevity of something is literally just looking straight at the revenue graph. You'll see stuff like this. That is horrendous. That couldn't be worse if you tried. It's had like 3 good days in the last month, and every other day it's made $0. Whereas if you look at something like this, you know, other than what, 1 bad day of the 30, it's been relatively consistent. Same with this one as well, relatively consistent. But yeah, when something does well consistently with organic content, it's a very good indication that people are genuinely interested in it. Whereas, you know, if it looks like this, for example, this, more so a sign that's just had a couple, viral videos where the product's mentioned or whatever. Not necessarily a sign of genuine interest in the product. The further you go in terms of pages, the less consistent stuff will get. So you just have to keep that in mind. But also, the less volume they've done. So you can see like these guys have done 450K in the last month. Obviously, we want that to be as low as possible because we want a big market share. If they're doing, $3 million a month, it's going to be very difficult to capture a large amount of that audience, especially because we're running paid media. So we're going to have to charge more than these guys are. These guys don't have a cost per acquisition like we do. They give like 10% to their affiliate or whatever, but they don't run any actual ads. I've noticed this product a few times now. It's been on a few pages under slightly different variants. And I low-key rate it. Yeah, this is the first one I saw. Very consistent revenue as well, and a very interesting USP. With shapewear, like a lot of people will recommend certain niches to start off with or whatever. Don't listen to that bullshit, to be honest. If you come into product research, come into doing something like this, not objectively, like you have a type of product or a niche or a category or whatever in mind, you're going to miss, you're going to look past so many really good opportunities because you're trying to find something specific. So there isn't yes, different niches have different pros and cons, different quirks, etc., different ways to market them. There isn't necessarily one that's just better. There isn't one that just performs better than others. If there was, you'd go into a Kmart and it would be the only niche they sold, right? But the reality is you go into a Kmart and they sell 50 different niches because they all work, they all have an audience, they just work in different ways. How many do we have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. I might try to steal one more, something just hella left field. Cardi B cream. Oh, wow. Okay. I think that's good. I think I'm pretty happy with the ones we pulled up. So we'll go back over them. I think we've really missed anything. We got some pretty different stuff as well. So we'll go back through them, do a little bit of market research, cut some straight away. There'll be some that we don't even need to go into the ad library for or whatever because they just don't make as much sense. We'll go through them, have a bit of a look, and try suss out a couple of these. So this is a cutting mix. Obviously, it solves a very big problem for people, right? People wanting to get leaner, etc. It also has berberine and yerba mate in it. Both are I just know because I've done the market research for them before, but they're both hyper popular ingredients currently. So if we go berberine, I'm going to look so silly if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly sure. Worldwide, 2004 to present. Oh, it's not going to work. Okay, cool. Let me see if I can pull up a different tab and do it from there. Yeah, damn. Okay. There, I think you guys should be able to see that now. Yeah, here is the global demand for berberine. So as you can see, until literally a year ago-ish, this was something that wasn't really sought after. If you had around this exact same product 2 years ago, no one would ever fuck because the general interest in berberine as an ingredient in any supplement, anything, wasn't there. It has since 10x'd over the last year and a bit, and is at its absolute peak now. So that is why they can there's so many cutting mixes out there, right? There's so many different shredding compounds, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You go to your local supplement store, you see 10 of them. However, these guys they've done two things. For starters, they have it in a different mechanism, and that it's like sticks, which means you don't have to have a whole tub on you at all times with a scoop and sort your shit out like that, right? You can take a stick, just take it to work, take it to the gym, whatever. So it adds a level of convenience for people, and they're combining it with a unique selling point, an ingredient that is in a shit ton of demand. So if you're say you work an office job, you go to gym after work, and you're trying to cut some weight, right? You just read a Facebook article about how good berberine is, and you see this product, it's in stick form, which means you can just chuck a stick in your lunchbox and then mix it after work before you go to the gym. Why would you not do that instead of like having to make it before you go to work or carrying around a fucking tub of it? Like, it just makes sense. So that's a really solid product. So now I'll go back to, where even were we? Here, I think. Yeah. So this is a W. I rate this. Consistent revenue as well over the last 30 days. Obviously, they're doing a lot. There's a lot of volume. You can see the 100K mark. Which means, right, and this is what I was talking about when it comes to hitting all of those KPIs. It means there's probably going to be a stupid amount of people running this product already. Now, I was just over in China at Canton Fair and at my suppliers, and I would have seen 10,000 units of these at my supplier's warehouse. So I just know, we've already seen one up here, but there's got to be like so many people, 2, 3, running the same product. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And you guys will notice as well, right? If you looked at any of these at face value, looked at their ads for the first time, you'd look at Purify and think they were the people that made this product. It was their product, right? Every single one of these is running under a different name. They're running the same readily available Chinese product under a different name. We got Bouvel here, we got Leafar, we got Purify. Leafar is probably like the readily available version, how it comes out of China, because quite a few people are selling it under that. This one's completely unbranded. Body Glow, like there's Truvia, Allura, Valora. Like there's so many different people running the same readily available product under different names. And if they were one of the first people to run this product, they probably would have done super, super well. The first to get established, get some momentum, and sort of build that authority. The way that paid media works, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, or Meta, TikTok, Google, whatever, is it understands when people are running the same product. And essentially the way it works, the way the bid strategy works is like an auction. So let's say I start running this product tomorrow, right? The guy who's doing $60,000 a week for it is going to get all of the priority in the auction, because his bid, he's probably spending $5K a day, right? And we're going to be spending $50. So they're going to prioritize his ads and his performance over ours. It makes sense for them. It makes sense for the people who started running it first. So if you're one of the first people to start running this product and get it going well, you had the potential to make a silly amount of money. If you were to start doing it now, with the outrageous amount of competition and the fact that all of these guys are going to be trying to, position it slightly different, find new angles, etc., it's just going to be rinsed, and you're really not going to stand a chance unless you can bring something completely new to it, which is going to be very unlikely. It's not going to do very well. Cool. That is all I need to see on this. There's no need to go any further with this one. So we're going to say bye-bye. Cool. Digital camera. I feel like this is more so the type of product people see and associate with typical drop shipping, etc. The difference of this one is, well, it has a few differences. Obviously, it is very cheap compared to a typical camera. People will spend for a cool VHS or Y2K sort of camera, like hundreds of dollars. So this obviously makes it look, has the same effect for a tenth of the price. The current like product photos, etc., are so unbelievably terrible. Like this just looks like a Chinese gimmick product from what they're providing here. And that isn't necessarily a bad thing off the rip, because we can fix that. We can do a better job than these guys. These guys are doing, keep in mind, $1 million New Zealand dollars a month with this shit. You know what I mean? Like what are we doing? So that's definitely not a bad thing. What we're going to do is chuck this one in. Same thing. And see if there's any direct competitors. There's going to be lots of indirect competitors, but I would doubt there's lots of direct competitors. Indirect competitors are going to have slightly different unique selling points, slightly different markets, etc. So it's not the biggest deal. That is it there. So that's one. These guys are selling for 150 USD too, and they're making money off it. Now, this revenue counter isn't very accurate at all, to be honest. But if it is showing a high amount of revenue, that is because they're getting a lot of traffic to their site, and they're not going to get a lot of traffic to their site unless they're spending a lot of money on paid media and ads. So although the revenue might not be 100% accurate, it's definitely a strong indication. There's another couple here. These guys are selling it for $20. These guys are selling it for 70. So you can see they're trying to position it in the sort of angle of it being a lot cheaper, a lot more convenient. These guys and the guys up here are trying to lay it off as more of a premium product. And you can see even just by the product photos, like the ones down here haven't really changed from the shitty stuff we saw on Calidata. The one at the top, they've sort of redone them. That's different. It's, yeah, so that's like an indirect competitor. Same with this. You see how the ones that are advertising it for substantially more have redone all their product imagery, etc., to bring up the perceived value. They couldn't just sell the same camera for 150 US dollars with the same shitty product images that were used on Calidata or that their other competitors are using, because the perceived value of a product with shit imagery and a terrible product page, etc., is going to be a lot lower. But these guys seem to be making decent money of it as well. This is something I would consider running. There's competitors, but there's maybe like 5 that's not overly saturated. I know that the whole like Y2K, like little digital camera wave is pretty in for like young chicks at the moment, like 20 to 35-year-old chicks. This is definitely something I would consider running. So I'm gonna keep this. We'll keep this one in mind for now. Next one is a relief cream, just a moisturizer really. Once again, super simple mechanism, similar to the cutting mix, but they've just combined it with some unique selling points that are really in demand right now. The main ones, yeah, niacinamide, ceramide, and let's see if they have anything else going for them. Not really. You can usually tell straight away what the unique selling points are of a product, even by just how it's titled. You'll notice with a lot of them, so it's not just whatever gummies, mental clarity focus gummies, it's methylene blue gummies, because methylene blue is the ingredient in here that is the unique selling point. It's a unique value proposition compared to other mental clarity focus gummies type thing. Same with this one. And this one here as well. Like, it's just a knee brace, but it's compression support with patella gel pads, steel stabilizers. So that's how they're showcasing their unique value immediately to really grasp the attention straight away of consumers. This one here, I don't think it has, looking at it again, I don't think it has enough unique value to really be worth the time, to be honest. Like it's got the niacinamide, a single ingredient that we'll take a look at. I know it's in demand, but it's already $27 and it's essentially just a moisturizer. And we're going to have to sell this for more expensive than these guys are as well, because we have the paid media cost. I can't really see anyone paying like 40 USD for a moisturizer just because it has niacinamide. I don't know. We'll have a look. We'll jump back on trends. Let me spell it that. Yeah, so decent global demand, really booming in the last like 3 or 4 months, but I don't think it's unique enough for people to justify that. Not enough perceived value. So I think we will pass on that one. So we're starting to cut them down. Got a few left. So we've kept the camera. I'll look at these ones next. So super consistent revenue for what it's worth anyway. Pricing is quite cheap, and the unique selling point with these is they're like it's actually interesting. You almost never find any sort of like workout or shapewear, gym wear, especially for females, that's unique. That market has been slammed so hard, and by so many massive brands as well. I think like Skims, Aloe, Gymshark, all that sort of big gym wear companies, that it's really like pretty rare to find something that's unique in that sort of niche. And these guys, essentially what the unique selling point is just the flared leggings, the flared bottom of the shapewear. And that might not seem like the biggest deal ever, but in a industry that is so similar, like if you think about every set of leggings ever, right? Yeah, they're all the same. They don't look any different. So this one's quite different. And with fashion as well, a lot of the perceived value can be given, and especially in the gym industry too. So it sort of doubles up by people wanting to look like the people they're seeing in the advertisements. I think that's why models exist, right? To be completely, that is what it is. Like people buy clothing and people buy gym clothing and gym supplements based on wanting to look like or be perceived like what they're seeing in the advertising. That's why you got people like David Lade, who gets paid millions of dollars to wear Gymshark. It's because people want to look like him, right? That's why they buy Gymshark shit. So that is a lot of the unique selling point, and the unique value in this one is having a unique product that stands out in a very saturated niche, and B, the fact it's going to be not easy to advertise, but there's a clear angle and a clear way to get this done. What we're going to do is same thing, chuck this in here. I bet there's heaps of competition for it because it's genuinely a really good product. I'm going to have to play around with that term a bit, I think, because it's quite generic. There's one. So these are similar. They've got like the pockets and they're some ugly ass lines and shit on them. It's a little bit different, but that's one direct competitor. 2, 3. Those aren't actually flat at the bottom, they're just like loose. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are different again. Yeah, so like 8 or 9. And there's really only a few of them that are getting enough traffic to even register on here. These two here are doing some solid revenue according to that. This is pretty solid. I'm going to keep this one. It's a good example for a unique clothing product and gym product as well. So we'll keep that one there. Now, methylene blue gummies. On Pippy ads, like we spoke about, you can see the ad count, you can see the ads that are being run. So we're going to sort it by impressions to see which ones have done best. So you've got access to see creatives that are working, etc. But essentially, these are a methylene blue gummy. Methylene blue it's just like, because I do this so often, I just know the industry. I know it's just one of those really fancy, like trendy ingredients, unique selling points at the moment. So if we chuck in methylene blue into here, yeah, that is a ridiculous peak, but it's kind of on the way out already on the low. So that's it's low-key quite concerning. This is what I spoke about initially with just global trends. So you can see there was no interest in this product really. Like it was just a unique selling point that existed. There wasn't really anyone crazy interested in it. And then wholly, it had a like vertical month. But since it's been going out pretty fast, like it's already back down to half the volume, half its peak. So that isn't going to be good if you're trying to scale something for, 3 to 6 months. This is probably going to end up somewhere back where you started, and there's going to be just a pretty low interest in the product in general. So I would ignore this without even looking. Peaks from RFK, yeah. Is that the Shopify counter I hear in the background? It is the Shopify counter. I'm actively making money while I'm doing this. Back to here. So we're going to rule this one out as well. Now this one is it's probably the simplest mechanism here. It's an exfoliant, but from memory, because I've seen this one before, it's got jojoba and a bunch of like orange peel extract, jojoba, a bunch of really, really interesting ingredients that are in a huge demand, and there's lots of them. What we can actually do is literally just jump on their website and say, yeah, orange extract. Let's see if they have. These just suck. Don't even have an ingredient list for a supplement. Wow. 30-day warranty on a supplement. They're not even going to have used it more than a few times by then. Yeah, these guys suck. But I genuinely rate this product. So what we'll do, keep this one as well. Last one. Now I know someone, this is like knee braces are like it's like knee braces, projectors. There's a few that are just like standard typical Ecom dropshipping products. And knee braces are one of them. Like they are definitely one of the more OG sort of products. However, just like any other product, any other industry, when you are able to bring a new idea, new concept, new unique selling points to a product that's proven to work or an industry that's proven to work, you can still do really, really well. I have someone in my Discord. He's 18. He lives in New Zealand. Lives in Auckland. He's been doing ecom for like 8 months, and he does like 15k USD a day with with something half similar to this. So you can definitely do very, very well with some simple ass concepts, with simple mechanisms, as long as they do have some genuine like a genuine unique value proposition. And this one is obviously being the what was it? Gel pad and steel stabilizers. So what we'll do is, because if we just chuck in knee brace into Shop Hunter, there's gonna be like 1 billion that come up. So what we'll do is we'll chuck in the actual unique selling points, the patella gel pad and steel stabilizers, because if anyone's running it, they would be stupid not to mention that. Yeah, here we go. So that's one direct competitor. Slightly different. One competitor. Decent. W. Now the reason we didn't just chuck knee brace in here is because if we go, oh, there's two. There's two. Maybe even three. This has the same unique selling point. If we just chuck knee brace in here anyway, there's just gonna be like 7 billion different ones that turn up. And like the odds of us finding the direct competitor, there's one of them, but it's the same one we just saw. You're going to see so many different alternatives. It's going to be a lot harder than just by searching the exact unique selling point. Cool. So we kind of have these 4 now. What I'm going to do is chuck them into Get Hooked. I'm probably not going to go on Ad Library because Get Hooked is arguably better anyway. But what we'll do is chuck some of these into Get Hooked and get an idea of the competition and the creative output from the competition. So just like we did with Shop Hunter, it's literally just chucking it in and seeing if we can find it on here. From memory, this had like 5 competitors come up. These guys are doing an awesome job. Retro here. What I might do instead, I might change up the term. I'm going to change the sort by to oldest running, because obviously people are only going to continue to spend money on products if they're doing well. They're not going to, like this, why would they keep it running for 300 days if it's not doing good? Like the creative output is very one-dimensional, but it's kind of what you'd expect from this product, because you are buying it for the objective outcome of what the footage looks like, right? That like Y2K vintagey sort of feel. So obviously your best bet is to show exactly that. Doesn't look like that much going on in here. I have a look at the next one. What was the term I used? High waist flare leggings. Easier way to do this actually. Go back here, find a competitor. We'll take this one. Doesn't look like they're running any ads for it at the moment, or it isn't doing very well at all, which isn't a good sign. So we're gonna fuck this one off. We'll leave it here just as an example, but I'm definitely not gonna run this one tomorrow. What do we got left? This one. We'll do the same thing on here. Where's the best brand? This is like about 8 of them. It's pretty solid. Yeah, 150,000 a week. That is fine. Might have to jump onto ad library in a second. Yeah, what we'll do is actually what might be easier. So we can just go straight to the store. And which sucks. All right, I'm gonna quickly get up ad library and we'll chuck it through there because it should be easier. Cool, found it. There we go. So yeah, just copy pasted the name in, and now we have all of the creatives that are being ran for the product. Meta just added this new feature, which just griefs everyone doing well, but it's good if you're looking for products. You can literally change the impression filter from high to low, right? Which means you can literally go on here and see what creatives are doing best for a product. Huge grief for the people running them because they just get funnel hacked so easily. But great for us right now because we can work out the exact creative concepts that are working, and it's a lot of them. A lot of it's VSLs like this, UGC style creatives. But a lot of it as well is we set like they had quite a few statics up here, differing between like middle of funnel, bottom of funnel, and then if we go further down, yeah, that's like very bottom funnel. This is like very mid funnel. There's a variety of creative concepts and angles that are working for the product. And you can see there's stuff that's like getting impressions, like it's amongst the top few creatives being run for the product ads being run that were launched, only a few weeks ago. Even that's so simple. Extremely bottom of funnel. W. Okay. Now, I think it was one more product, right? A knee brace. Yes. I don't know if we'll be able to find this on ad library straight away, just because of how many alternatives there are. Damn, I can't decide between these two. I think I'm probably going to go with this one because
All right, cool. Probably get started now. We got like 600 people in here. Sweet. So welcome to day 2. Today is going to be all about building out a store, setting up the back end, the front end of a store, essentially the marketplace where someone is going to purchase your product. Going off the back of doing some product research and finding some products yesterday. Cool. So yesterday, covered, what the business model is, why it works, why it's different to other shit, the product researching framework that you should be using in order to find stuff that you're able to, somewhat validate before you even spend a cent or spend any amount of time building out a store or anything like that. We found a prod from yesterday that we're going to bring through to today. And today we're going to build out the store for that. Cool. Today, I think will be longer than yesterday. Obviously, we had a bit of a fucking mic grief at the end, so we didn't really get to like a Q&A. There will be a Q&A at the end of this one, which should make this one like a little bit longer. I'm going to say this one might be like 15 minutes longer. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit longer, so take notes. It's probably a little bit more technical than yesterday as well. Just like little specific things that are definitely good to write down. Cool. So the number one mistake that like everyone I see getting started with Ecom makes when they're building their first store is focusing way too much on how stuff looks, like obsessing over the tiny little details that don't push the needle, make absolutely no difference in terms of a store converting. Like spending 3 days on the theme, finding the right exact like color hex code for their website, 2 weeks on the logo, trying to get the banner image perfect. Reality is, no one gives a fuck about that. Like, when was the last time you clicked on a store from some ads and was like, "No, I'm not buying this because the fucking color's 3 shades out or the logo's weird." Like, it's just not even a consideration. And most people get stuck going over those annoying like little specifics that aren't even a real consideration for consumers in terms of like validating their purchasing decision. So people like that, they run ads, they focus on those little specific things rather than the real needle pushing aspects. And it just doesn't convert. Nothing happens. And, they give up. They think they've done an amazing job because the logo looks awesome and the color's really bright and bold. And the reality is none of those things matter. People don't come to your store with a preconceived idea of you because they don't know you. So, whether your logo looks like this or that, or colors this or that, it doesn't fucking matter to them. It makes essentially no difference. Like they don't care, and it's not going to change whether they purchase the product or not. Essentially, there's a specific sequence and a specific like group of things that a cold customer, even a warm customer, needs to see and needs to be comfortable with in order to sort of validate their own purchasing decision in their head. And if that sequence is off, if you're, missing social proof or urgency, or your offer sucks, or you're not reiterating the unique selling points and, the angles and the reasons they're there in the first place, the chances of them actually getting to your website and wanting to buy the product and proceeding with, finishing through your funnel is very, very low. Doesn't matter how good your marketing was, doesn't matter how good your product is. If the website is wrong, it's definitely going to have a big impact on, how much you're converting. The first thing starts with the above the fold. So, when you get to a product page and like the very first thing you see is, the product image has like the carousel, name under it, reviews, add to cart, purchase, that shit there. That's the fold. And because it is the very, very first thing people see when they get to your product page, it's super important that you have everything in there you need in order to convert, to convince them that the product is indeed for them. Without that, it's going to be very, very hard to, maximize the amount of people that convert. You got to remember, attention is fleeting, especially in this day and age. people are going to spend like a few seconds on your ad. They don't like it, they're going to scroll, right? They're straight back to the doom scroll, straight back to the dopamine they get off of Reels. So if they get to your product page and, the first few seconds of being on it sucks, they're not seeing what they need to see, they're probably just going to go straight back to the doom scroll. Like, that's the reality of it. So yeah, the above the fold is super, super important. Yeah, and your only job above the fold is to provide all the info they need in a concise manner that's easy to digest and confirms that they are there to buy the product for them. That's all that matters. USP blocks. So typically with a product page, I'll have a couple of 3 to 5 bullet points, right, sort of in that folder under it that just reiterate exactly why they're there, what the core unique selling points of the product are. Maybe chuck in a 90-day money-back guarantee in there. Just a few 3 to 5 really core elements and sort of highlights of your offer as a whole in order to get people to convert immediately. Yeah, so in those bullet points, you're differentiating yourself from your competition. You got to do it as soon as possible because, like I said, attention's fleeting. They don't feel like the product's for them. If they don't feel it's unique enough, they're just going to scroll immediately. And yeah, like we spoke about in the beginning, not necessarily about how it looks. It's more so about how, the value you're providing. Cool. Trust signals. Unbelievably important. Like we just spoke about, people are coming to your website for the very first time. They don't know you. They don't trust you. So if you aren't able to, essentially provide them everything they need in order for them to be comfortable purchasing, doesn't matter how good everything else is. If they think you're going to fucking scam them, they're gone. Trust is important. There's lots of different ways to go about it. And yeah, if you don't provide a good amount of trust and look credible, very, very hard to get traffic to convert. Like we said, they don't know you, they don't trust you, they don't care. If you're not providing them with that trust, they're gone. Cool. Now, probably the most important aspect of a product page, and it's more to do with the product itself, but your offer. Whether you sell something for $30 or $40 can absolutely be the difference in terms of whether you convert at all. Sometimes it doesn't even make like a marginal difference. Sometimes it can be 0 sales versus 5, just from being 25% different in the offer. And the offer isn't all, like, it's not necessarily just the upfront price itself. So $40 for one. It's also the way that it's bundled. So, whether you're doing a buy one, get one free, buy two, get one free, buy one, get one 50% off, whatever. The way you stack those quantity discounts is also part of the offer. And then also whether you're charging $5 for shipping, whether you're running free shipping, that's part of the offer as well. And there's ways to go about split testing that to make sure you get the absolute right one, because there are, lots of different offers you can run for every single product. And there will always be one that converts significantly higher, has a way higher average order value as well, and is overall just going to be a lot more scalable. Offer probably the most important thing on the product page, and the urgency as well. Like whether you're, running some sort of sale, reiterating that urgency for the limited time of that sale is super, super important. Cool. The call to action needs to be visible at every scroll depth. This is where stuff like sticky add to carts come in really handy. Quite simply, if you have a product page that takes 10 seconds to scroll through, and after the first swipe, there's nowhere for them to be able to add to cart and initiate that checkout process efficiently, are they going to be bothered scrolling all the way back up for 10 seconds to find your add to cart button? Probably not. Like we said, attention this day and age, extremely fleeting. So you need to be able to provide an opportunity for them to add to cart, initiate, continue through that funnel throughout the entire product page. Yeah, if they have to go hunting to find your ads cart button, etc., chances are you're going to lose the sale. So that is the basic framework, the most important things to consider when you're building a product page. And like now you know the exact structure, the important elements. It's literally just about executing it. Like it's not particularly hard. There isn't anything particularly outstanding or crazy about what we need to provide. Like we spoke about, you don't need to have the perfect color palette, the perfect logo, the perfect images, whatever. It's literally just about building out something that is trustworthy, has an offer that's too good to resist, having some urgency around that offer, and some social proof and some trust. It's all that really matters. Cool. That is exactly what we're going to get up to now. So yesterday night after call ended, I sent a screenshot of my product to my supplier and got the quote back, which is, let me pull it up. One unit is going to cost me $5.60 USD landed. 2 units is going to cost me $7.80 landed. 3 units, $10 landed. 4 units, $12 landed. So remember yesterday we spoke about like quantity discounts, and when you sell products with a smaller footprint, you're quite often able to have really aggressive quantity discounts because the more you send out per order, the cheaper it is. So it's costing me nearly $6 to send out the first one, and the second one is $8 essentially, because they can just chuck 2 of the same product in the same shipment. There's no additional shipment cost, there's no additional customs cost, etc., because it's just in one package. Now, how do we get a supplier? Ask them if we don't have it. So there's a couple of ways you can go about this. Essentially, as a beginner, there are a bunch of different providers, such as, you've got places like CJ Dropshipping, Zendrop. There's a few different apps that plug and play straight into Shopify. You are not going to be able to get a private supplier like I've got off the rip because you have no history of business. Like you don't have orders for them to fulfill. You don't have previous inventory receipts. You don't have previous payment receipts. Like no private supplier is going to go out of their way to work with you unless you have a really good plug as a beginner. So what you do is you go to Shopify, you download the CJ Dropshipping app, and you literally do exactly what I just did. Like you literally send a screenshot of the product in there, and different suppliers will apply to work with you. They'll send you a quote, etc., and you do it that way. Are fake reviews illegal? Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a very gray area. Like if you look at, I don't know, even like TV commercials, right? Go back the last 50 years of TV commercials. Every single toothpaste ad shows a fake dentist who's not a dentist. It's just an actor wearing a random trench coat, telling you that 9 out of 10 dentists recommend this toothpaste. Do you really think that 9 out of 10 dentists recommend every single toothpaste? Do you really think that they go and find actual dentists to show in these ads? No. It's Bob from Hollywood who's studied acting for the last 10 years, and they did not do no survey on 9 out of 10 dentists recommending it, right? So there's a lot of gray areas of marketing. Even shit like professional athletes. Like if you look at the All Blacks, right? They go out into the field, then they're drinking from these Powerade bottles. That's not fucking Powerade in the bottles. It's not Powerade in the bottles, right? There's false advertising. There's lots of it around, and there's definitely gray areas and grayer areas. Completely faking reviews is 100% not illegal. It's not legal. It's not ethical either. The way to source reviews, what I'm about to show you guys how I'm getting my ones in the testimonial images, because we are providing like a readily available product. If you literally go to Amazon, AliExpress, anything like that, you will find hundreds of reviews for the product you're selling. This one I chose has 1,200 reviews on Amazon. And I literally went through and I have the exact reviews from people who have used the exact same product that we're selling. And that there then is in no gray area at all. Unfortunately, when you do start, you have zero social proof. So the only way you do have access to building up that social proof and the testimonials, etc., is by grabbing reviews of the product you're selling from other places. Yeah, as it says, you're not gonna have a private supply. You're just gonna have to use something like CJ Dropshipping. All right, cool. At what revenue per day would you get a private supply? Even if you're at 10 orders a day, you switch to private supply. You just need some sort of proof to show them that I'm making money, I'm worth your time. Because a lot of these guys, I just went over to China, obviously, put up to my supplier's warehouse, the factory. He has a client doing 4,000 orders per day. It's 200K USD per day. He's another client doing 2,000 orders per day. So if you come in and you have 1 order per day, 0 orders per day, why the fuck would they waste their time working for you? What if you can't find reviews? That gets hard. Best way to, Blake, exactly, no problem, CJ, it's fine. Best way to find reviews, or have reviews if you can't find exact testimonial. Go find some reviews for the specific ingredients in your product for the unique selling points. For example, I don't know, this product I'm about to show you is orange extract and jojoba. So go find some reviews for orange extract and jojoba from online. All right, we're going to jump straight into Shopify. You guys should be able to see this now. So I'll walk you through the only things I've done off camera and what's yet to do. So the only things I've set up off camera is setting up, the account. The Shopify payment, just so I'm not showing my fucking bank account on stream, and the shipping settings, which is just shit. It's just set to free shipping, just because you can see my address in there. I'm not fucking leaking that on stream either. So those are the only 2 things that I've done off stream, just getting the absolute basics set up. And there are 100,000 YouTube videos on how to do both of those online anyway. What we're going to do is we're going to go and build out this theme and essentially just build a product page. We're not going to fuck around with the home page or anything like that because it's futile when you're testing a product. 90% of people who go to a product page from paid media won't end up purchasing if they leave the product page. So for a test, it's fairly irrelevant to build out an entire website. First things first, we're going to go and set up the product itself. So in Shopify, top left is your product section, and this is where you're going to add your product. So it was something like that. With the pricing, because we can get it as cheap as $5, $5.60. I'm probably going to run this at we'll set to we'll run a spring sale, so we'll compare it to $49.99. I'm going to untick the inventory tracking because we obviously don't have an inventory. We don't have a set amount of stock. And we're now just going to upload the product images. You can see I've got the 3. I don't know if you can see this or not. They should be loading in now. Just set currency to adaptive to geolocation. Yeah, exactly. Cool. So now we have the product photos loaded in. We have a couple infographic ones. And we have a couple that are just straight studio quality product images. Probably don't need this one. We probably don't need this one, to be honest. Cool. That is literally it. On a product where you would have different options, so say like you're selling hoodies, you're going to have different sizes and different colors probably. You would add different variants. So this is where you add an option like size or color, and then add the different selections for that option. So small, medium, large, black, green, white, whatever it is. Cool. So we're just going to save that. Done. Now we can get to actually building out the store. Yes, bro, this is pre-recorded. How would I read that comment in? Remove password. Edit theme. Oh, my bad. What we'll do is we'll use, this is the theme I'm going to be using. You can use one of the free ones if you want. It really doesn't matter. This one is just a lot better looking, so it's going to make it a lot easier. It's literally just a fucking cracked version of Shrine. You can find on Reddit in 20 minutes. Do you only pick one product? Initially, yeah. How do you stop your store from being blocked on Shopify? Like, to be honest, unless you're at like a ridiculous scale, like multi 5 figures per day, or selling something that's like a bit of gray, you won't have that issue. John Paul, bro. Wow. Cool. So yeah, this is the theme editor on Shopify. Up the top, you've got your different pages. You've got the different product templates you have set up. You've got your different collection pages, cart, blah, blah, blah. Top right, you have the different previews. So now we're going through, we can change it to mobile, or we can leave it on desktop. Like 90% of your traffic is going to be on mobile. So make sure you set it up like this, because if you set it up like this, good chance it looks terrible when you switch it over to mobile. So set it up for mobile and just make sure it looks all right on desktop as well. It's the best way to go about it. Top left, you have your different theme settings and your app embeds. So another thing, the only other thing I did off camera was I downloaded the Kaching Bundles app, which is free for your first like 14 days or something like that. But once again, I didn't want to leak my fucking card info. And the Meta app, Facebook and Instagram app, which is completely free. So we're just going to turn that on in the app embeds and save that. And the reason we have those is because it just helps build cleaner bundles easier. It's a bit of a pain to do it through Shopify's system. First thing we're going to do is we're going to change these colors because this purple is horrendous. So we're actually going to go to the product page. I'm just going to start from there. So you guys can see this is what it looks like from standard. So with this theme, which like I said, you can find on Reddit in 10 fucking minutes. This is like, it looks pretty good from standard. There's not a shit ton for us to do. A lot of ecom is just having the right stuff to start with. You started with the dead standard free themes. There's going to be a little bit more to do. Like you're going to have to probably Claude code in your review count. You're going to have to Claude code in some stuff like this. So there's just going to be a little bits here and there that are missing. But what we're going to do is just get started on this thing with what we have. Color. Obviously, we're not fucking around spending a day finding something good. So, yep, that'll do. Matches the products. Accent 2, same color. Outline button, same color. Beautiful. Logo. I made one on Canva. Where is it? So unbelievably simple. We're called Lero, right? That's what I mean about people fucking around with their like brand name and their logo and shit. That took me all of 5 seconds of brain power to think of Lero. And the logo looks terrible, but just the fact that it exists is enough. Now I'll make it a little bit smaller because it's low-key massive. Boom. I believe that's, we might change the typography. You don't have to. Fuck around with the fonts in here. Nah, I actually don't care enough because it makes no difference. It just, all it does is make your store like a little bit more unique. But honestly, that'll be fine as is. Now we have the base for our product page. So we're going to get rid of a couple of these different little blocks here because they're lame. Yeah, this one's ugly. Let's do 3 of these, all for different things. And in between here, all we're going to have a couple of these. Image of text section, pretty simple. Piece of media and some text. Like there's literally nothing to it. For mobile layout, which is what we're focusing on, we're going to enable full width. A lot of capturing attention is just being bold. So this is going to help us be bold by enabling the maximum width for images possible. We are going to get rid of the padding just because it's ugly. And we're going to get rid of the button because we don't need a fucking button. What else can we do? I'm going to center it so it looks a bit tidier. Cool. I'm going to have 2 of these. So now we'll just duplicate it. Cool. I think this is pretty much going to be the basic layout. Unless I think of anything else. We actually might... Yeah, we might do like a multi-column. Where is it? Collapsible content. So we have like an FAQs section at the bottom, and we'll just use it to objection handle, which is basic sales. And what we'll do is in a second, set up a new Claude account and a new Higgsfield account as well. And we'll use Claude to do a bit of market research and develop an understanding of what some common objections to this problem, to this product could be, some common problems people are going to have with it. And we'll use our FAQ section to handle them. But this is going to be the basic layout. Super, super simple. Nothing complicated about it. Now, let me switch my screen real quick. Do you need a new store? Millionaire using Crack Shrine. I wasn't buying a $600 token for the Webby, bro. I've got like 3 myself. They're all busy. Do you need a new store for each product? Nah, you can use the same one and just rework it. Honestly, that's probably the best way to do it. Just use the basic layout that you've already used. Change the media, change the product, change the content. Super easy. Makes it way more efficient. Does this framework work with digital products? It could. It could. Did you make the product image in AI? No, I just got sent the product images from my supplier. What's the theme you're using called? It's just a cracked version of Shrine. Are those custom product images? No, not yet. But I'm going to show you guys how to make some in a second. That'll be part of building out the website. Okay. Now, someone asked about reviews. So I'm going to show you guys exactly how I got them. As you'll see, here is the OG, like the actual product. You guys should be able to see this. Yeah. This is the actual product. Okay. On Amazon, there's 700 people who bought this in the last month. So proof it works. And you'll see there's a bunch of photo testimonials, etc. There's also another listing somewhere. Yeah, this one has 831 reviews, which had like even more testimonial. So that's how, when we're starting off, we're going to get our testimonial because we are providing factual testimonial, the exact product we're sourcing and providing. This, honestly, is the best way to do it as well because people are going to have like real objections and problems with the product that have been overcome or whatever. Have a lot of testimonial talking about, perks of the product that you might not have thought of, people have experienced that you weren't necessarily anticipating. There you go. Bunch here. So we got lots and lots of reviews that we can have a look at. Cool. What we're going to do is we're going to go back to Shopify, and we're going to set up the offer. So we're going to go to apps, we're going to get Kaching bundles. Kaching bundles, absolute goat, bro. Absolute goat. There must be 10 figures that have been done through Kaching bundles. And what we're going to do is we're going to set up a quantity break. Name, orange. And it is spring in the Northern Hemisphere, which is going to be like over 80% of your traffic. So bang. Going to set it for this product. Now we are going to set the actual offer up. So at the moment, it's very basic, just looks pretty horrendous. First things first, let's make it look a bit better. Border color, just make it orange, just to match the theme. Copy that hex code. For the card's background, I'm going to make it a little bit lighter. Selected background. Roundabouts there. Something like that. Label background. Yeah, it's about right. Cool. Now, here's where we actually set up the discounts, the bundle. So first one, just buy one. Subtitle, 1x2. Now, what we're going to do is a buy one, get one free. So quantity is going to be 2. Title is going to be buy one, get one. That's a bit more professional. Cool. Quantity break. Now, for this one, it's going to be a buy 2, get 2 free. But so for my cost of goods shipped, the 2 products to send out the buy one, get one free is roughly $8. To send out 4, it's $12. So we're only adding like fuck all worth of our cost, but we're doubling the perceived value. And the reason, sorry, I should have explained this. The reason we have a buy one and then a buy one, get one free, even though it seems like the biggest fucking no-brainer of all time, right? If you didn't have this buy one here, psychologically, the buy one, get one free then looks like the default offer, which isn't, like, that's not ideal. When you have the buy one there, to like show them that this is what it usually costs for one, and then you have the buy one, get one free, it makes this look like an absolute no-brainer. Like, it makes it seem like stupid not to get this one, right? So that's the reason we do that. It's just a bit of basic consumer psychology. Now, this is going to be 4x. I forgot to do this for this one. For this one, what we're going to do for the price is, instead of it being just straight $70, we're going to go $59.99. So this one is then even cheaper. So it's only an extra $15 for someone to buy one to getting 4, right? Which is going to greatly increase our average order value. Sorry, 24. Yeah, which is going to greatly increase our average order value, which is really, really important, our average profit per order, in order to scale the paid media as hard as we can. We're going to do one more, and we're going to go, fuck it. We're going to go hella aggressive on this. Buy 3, get 4 free. Now, this is going to be 7 pairs. For the labels as well, I'm going to go like this. Just so people are able to quantify the value we're providing. That'd be it's not even close to a year, but we're just getting an annual supply just because it's like 250 days. It's pretty close. W. For this one, for the price, we're going to go crazy aggressive. So to send out 7, it's probably going to cost $22. So we're going to set this at like $80. Cool. Done. That is how you build a gangster offer that is hella enticing, and also hella enticing for them to stack quantity discounts and get a way higher order value. We're going to click publish, wherever that is. Where's the publish button? Up here. Now, when we load up the product page, that offer is going to show at the top. How does 30-day guarantees work? I see that a lot on different websites. Well, because you're not your own manufacturer, because you aren't producing and sending out your own goods. If a product is deficient, if a product is broken or whatever, turns up and the packaging's ripped or the product's fucked, it's actually not your fault. Like, it's not on you, it's on your supplier. So you're able to offer like a 30-day money back guarantee or whatever on any defective goods, because your supplier is the one that has to ship them out a replacement. You've paid your supplier for a service and they haven't provided it. So that's how people who run this model are able to get away with offering like such gangster guarantees. A lot of people even offer like 90 days. And like we spoke about before, that just builds a shit ton of trust. Okay. Now when we load this back up and we go product page, mobile view. We're cooking. Oh, this is looking gangster already. A W product page, bro. All right. Looking good. Looking good. How many people we got? We've still got 750 people in here. Drop your Kaching referral code. I don't have one. I have no affiliation with Kaching, so I can't give you guys a discount. But that means you guys also know I'm not pushing some bullshit. Like, everyone I know in Ecom uses Kaching. It's just so good. Like, everyone uses that shit. So what we're going to do now is set up some of the just basic sections on this page. So you'll notice straight away there's this annoying thing, the default of this thing, where it shows like a preview forwards and backwards of the next slide, which just looks hideous. Like we spoke about, we want to be as bold and as impactful as possible. So we're going to get rid of that. And I'm pretty sure it's this option here. It is. Cool. So now we have max width for all of these. I'm going to center the title. Reviews, how many did we find on Amazon? So this one has This one has 5-star 58% of 800, which is 800 times 0.58, 464. The other one has 500 at a 70%, which is, so we'll call it 600 just to be absolutely safe. And we don't want to be, we'll do it at 4.8 just because it's, oh, that's so annoying. How can you not fucking type in there? So we found, of the reviews we found, over 600 were 5-star. And these are verified by Amazon. This is huge though. There we go. That's a bit better. I'll chuck some margin on it because it's like hella close to the title. It's hard to even see it. And we're actually going to send to the reviews as well. Now, we talked about the fold. This is the fold. So everything above, where is it? Here. You see this massive block that's highlighted? The blue block, that is the fold. So everything above here is the first thing, like the immediate thing someone sees when they first land on your store. It's important to provide them with all of the information they need to make this purchase immediately. We don't want to we're going to go about re-educating them on what the product does throughout this shit, providing the social proof, etc. But in that absolute dream world, bro, we want them to get to the product page. The marketing is going to be on point. They're going to get to the product page and buy it immediately. Just impulse purchase it and be done with the sale. So that is the goal. And in order for them to do that comfortably, they need to see everything right now, immediately. So we are now going to provide that. And the way we're going to do that, where is it? This one here. I'm going to do 5 of these. No, fuck it, we'll do 4. The first one, we're going to get rid of the little icon. This is going to be like a subheading. So we're using Claude. That's what we're doing. So all I'm going to do, copy paste the Amazon link into Claude. Change my screen share so you guys can see what I'm doing. Where is it? Here. Cool, so just paste it in the link for the product. Told Claude to analyze it. Cool. Okay. A subheading for product and 3 bullet point key benefits. Holy yeah, bro. No. Fire. Okay. Bang. So now we'll change the screen share back to Shopify. Okay, you guys should be able to see that now, yeah? Yep. Okay. Get rid of the check circle for this one. This one is just going to be a straight, literally just a subheading. And we'll put 6 blocks of padding on top and bottom. And we'll make it italics. We'll make it a lot bigger. Okay, and then we'll take the rating stars and chuck it like that. Ooh, okay, now we're looking good. Title itself. Should we go up, guys? See how it looks. Nah, it's fine. Is that going to wreck it? No, that's all right. Okay, what we will do is add some block margin at the bottom of this to separate this from the reviews and shit. Now, icon color. Just orange. Just make that tick orange. We're going to get rid of the fucking emoji because it kind of makes it look cheap. We want these to all be one line. It looks ugly if it takes up too long. We're actually probably going to do one more. So I'm not sure that's enough. This one will be the bottom one. And this is just going to be for some trust. We're just going to go 90 there, 90 there. Hey, where are we going? Oh, there. Now. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Now we're looking pretty good. This is looking pretty good already. I'm going to get rid of this. No, actually, this could be kind of good. Let me just steal one from the reviews real quick. Let's see what some people had to say. This is a decent one, but holy grammar. And holy English. We're just going to fix the being illiterate. I'll make it a bit shorter. Okay, who's the author? Charlene. Thank you, Charlene. Charlene from New York. Hang on. And we're just going to have one. Now, we just have to do these three, and the fold essentially is done, but it's looking pretty gangster as is. So, ingredients. Get rid of the checkbox. That shit's ugly. The directions. Display top border. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, now we're going to ask Claude, give me an ingredient list in a format I can paste into Shopify. I'll let that cook. Anything else we need to do? No, not really. It's pretty good. Oh, hang on. Nearly fucked that up. I think it's 6. Yeah. Okay, so it's given me the key ingredients, like the unique ingredients, which are these ones. Now, okay. Write me some directions for use. Shout out AI. Shout out Claude, bro. Okay. I'll guarantee. Write me a 90-day money-back guarantee. It's called 100% free? No, it's not. No, not quite. What inspired you to teach people how to do this? Why don't you just take your money and run for those? I make money from teaching people, bro. I'm not gonna lie about that. Obviously, this is free, but it's like I monetize making money from teaching people. Claude, hurry up, bro. There we go. W. All right, fold is done. The fold is done. First part is sorted. So now the first thing, actually, no, what is this? I almost didn't see that. Okay, I'm going to spam this with some more value. Cool. What is this ugly ass emojis? And we'll get it to rotate every autoplay every 2 seconds. Cool. Now, person gets to our page, looks beautiful. The name of the product, they got exactly what it does. Like the key takeaway, peel away dullness, reveal your glow, right? Very to the point, very concise, specific messaging, shows exactly what the product does, right? And then its unique selling points. Deep cleans pores and blackheads, hydrates as it exfoliates. It's gentle for daily use on all skin types, and we have a 90-day money-back guarantee. So we've provided value and the unique selling points and some trust in the 90-day money-back guarantee, and an irresistible offer immediately, bro. There is absolutely no reason why someone wouldn't click on this and just buy it immediately. One thing we are going to enable, though, is dynamic checkout buttons. There we go. Even more trust, even more urgency, even easier for them to impulse purchase, because now we've associated our brand, our product, with big name payment processors that people are familiar with and trust, like Shop Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, and what's more, on this thing, we can actually... Where are they? Come here. Oh, we are cooking. Okay, we're going to change them though, because there's a few in there that are ugly. Actually, no, I don't care enough to change them. There you go. It's even more trust, even more social proof that we are affiliated with these payment processors that people are familiar with, people trust. And also, these are all payment processors that are like really easy to get your money back from if something goes wrong. Like if you have an issue through Shop, like you buy something through Shop, you just request a refund through Shop. You know what I mean? So it's just more trust, more social proof. This is a perfect like fold. Like this is goated. Cool. I spelled verified wrong, bro. Shout out whoever said that in the chat, bro. I appreciate you. Okay. Cool. Now, we're going to fill out. We'll do the FAQs first because that'll be easiest. So we get rid of these fucking ugly ass like checkbox emoji things, bro. W. Quickly save that. Now we're going to go over to Claude. Okay, where are we? There we are. You should be able to see that. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Think of 4 common objections. Objections for this product or similar. And now handle them with sponsors in an FAQ style. Right. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. And what we'll do, this one's a bit long, like the question itself. Make it a bit shorter, just because it's fucking long. There we go. Does that word spacing shit because it's not like in a technically in the right format to be pasted into Shopify, but it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, you guys can't see it on the Shopify end right now. Hang on. 2 seconds. We're cooking. I'm gonna write one myself. And reiterate the 90-day money-back guarantee. Cool. Right, let's switch back over. Cool. Now we have our FAQs sorted, and like you guys saw, the way I've set them up is to handle common objections. We obviously got called to do a bit of market research and understand what some common objections are going to be to products in the niche, alternatives, competitors, etc. Seems like a common thing is that exfoliators are typically quite harsh on your skin, dry them out, etc. It's done a good job of incorporating the unique selling points of the product into handling those objections. Most scrubs strip moisture as they exfoliate. Because our one is glycerin and orange extract, hydrates. This has done a really good job of objection handling. Cool. Next thing we're going to do is we will fill out 3 testimonials. Get rid of the headings for them because headings are so dry. Now we're going to find 3 5-star reviews off Amazon and chuck them in there. I just downloaded the images. Claude AI comes with master key. It does. Does cracked shrine contain malware? No. Watching this in the KFC drive-thru, that is such a W. Best thing from KFC, you got a Zinger box with Zinger box, large Coke Zero with supercharged sauce. Supercharged sauce is so good. Is it necessary to add your own logo to the product? You could. I am being lazy. Like typically you do that. Yeah. But obviously for the sake of trying to do this in like a few hours on call, it's going to be pretty challenging to get that done. You've had stores banned from merchants in it. Yeah, Google is a pain. For a boneless box? Yeah, they're pretty good, bro. Would I consider upgrading to an R8? You know what, bro? Maybe one day I might buy an Audi R8 if I make it, bro. Cool. Now let's check in the actual reviews from those images. Cool. Okay. Top and bottom padding totally. That's probably the prettiest ones. We'll put that one first. Oh shit, what were the author names? Renee, Glenda, Sue. Cool. Okay, now the only thing we have left to do is these two sections here. What we're going to do is we're going to have one of them specifically dedicated to urgency and reiterating the offer. So we're going to have one that's completely dedicated to, let's do it now, spring exclusive. That's what we'll call it. Spring exclusive. Just getting Claude to write it. And now I'm going to get it through the next one. So I just asked it for a blurb about the product itself based on its market research. Now I have a black that looks ugly as fuck. Okay, now The last thing we're going to do today, because this is pretty much done now, is we are going to use Higgsfield Nano Banana Pro to make a couple of product images. Now, up until 2 years ago, when I started Ecom, that was not a thing. That was, like, unless you were goated at Photoshop and Canva, you're pretty fucked in terms of creating like your own content without having the product in hand, paying, you know, like photographers to do proper in-studio sessions, etc. You're pretty cooked. These days, with the right prompts and the right AI, you can generate gangster-looking product photography. So what we're going to do is use a couple of prompts that I have that are in my school, my mentorship resources, to create some. I'm just going to pull those up. And I'll change this over to Nano so you guys can see. This is Higgsfield. It is really, it's probably the best AI gen tool on the market at the moment. And we're using the Nano Banana Pro model. It's heavy on credit usage, but it's worth it. The shit you can make with this is outrageous. So now I'm just going to pull a couple of these prompts for studio type product photos. All right, we're going to let it cook. We're going to let it cook, see what it comes up with. Should look beautiful. Do you recommend testing products first? Nah, that's just an absolute waste of time. So you're like 2 weeks to get to your house. By then you've got 50 different competitors who have got the market share and are ahead of you in the algorithm and the auction, and then you're fried. If you're worried about the quality or anything like that, literally just ask the supplier for some on-hand photos and videos of the product. Can you pay people to make a store for you? I wouldn't. Like, at the end of the day, bro, getting good at something and being successful at something is literally just the result of skill stacking. You can't just delegate every element of it and just like expect to do well. Like, you've got to genuinely get good at the core skills required for each industry. Otherwise, it's not really going to work. This is taking a minute, bro. Damn. I made a new account just for this live, so maybe it's just fucking out because it's the first time using this account. Let me try it on my own one. Yeah, it's definitely just tweaking. All right. Gonna generate it on my own account and see if that fixes it. Bang. Got it. Okay, next one. I want to check holding it. Product image. Attractive female in her 30s. I'd imagine it's going to be the target demo. Product. Okay, second one is going. Damn, we still have 720 people in here, bro. I think it's because I'm on a low plan for Higgsfield, because it's telling me it can boost if I pay more. Because my other accounts already done both of them on my other monitor. So if this doesn't work, I'll just pull that one across. But yeah. I will change the title of the product. How do you decide on your markup from your supplies quote? Yeah, so we spoke about it yesterday, but 3x markup, or at least like bare minimum $20 US. So for two, so my default offer right now is a buy one get one free, right? That's like the base offer. It's the least margin I'll have. So my COGS for that, my cost is like $10 shipped. So we're running $34.99, which is a little over 3x. But yeah, roughly just add $20 US worth of margin, or 3x it, whatever one is more. Okay, this is taking a minute. The other one's already done. Might just use the one it gave me from the other one. Oh, here we go. Bang. Okay, now we got it. Now let's switch this over to Shopify. This should work, hopefully. Cool. And now on this one here, just because it's a bit longer, I'm going to highlight out some key messaging. Also a bit of yap in here. Okay. Bang. Bang. Done. Product page built. How long did that take us? 1 hour. 1 hour, and did it on stream as well from start to finish. A single hour. Look at this, bro. Beautiful above the fold. Provides all the urgency we need. Provides some social proof. A lot of trust elements even with the payment processing. W review there as well. Provides the ingredients, directions, and a guarantee. Once again, more trust, and reiterates all the unique selling points that separate us from everyone else. Not just the product variables as well. The hydrating as it exfoliates, the individual ingredients themselves. Also stuff like the buy one get one free. The the offers we're running on that end, the free shipping, the 90-day money back guarantee, all that sort of stuff is unique to us. More social proof with the reviews, very concise core messaging in the subheading, tells people, like, reiterates, confirms in their mind that it's for them. This is exactly what they're after. Something that peels away dullness, reveals the glow. Below the fold, we have a full breakdown on exactly what the product does, why it's for them, etc. We then have a section reiterating our offer, like locking in that FOMO, and reiterating the urgency of purchasing the product now. We have some reviews, and we have some FAQs that handle the objections. We also have, I'm just going to delete this. This, I honestly wouldn't even, this is fine for a product test. You wouldn't even change this. Sticky add to cart. Only thing I'm going to do in here is match it to, we're going to go mobile layout, show rating stars, show button full width, show price sale badge. And now, throughout the entirety of the product page, through every second of their scroll, they can add it to cart. They can also see the social proof and the offer. And that is how you build product page in 1 hour. Boom. Done. Is Higgsfield under master key? It is. Higgsfield is under master key. Cool. Yeah, shit. That's that. Where are we? Back here. We are done. From literally nothing, blank store, completely brand new Shopify account, nothing done to it other than literally all I did was set up my address and my bank account. Everything else, full stock standard, bro. And we've gone from nothing to a gorgeous looking product page that we'll definitely review. Reviews at 700 bottom, computer 600 at the top. Like, give me a second, I'll fix it. But anyway, yeah, all the way from nothing to a full build out in 1 hour. There we go, I fixed it. 600 at the bottom. I need to change the product name as well from memory. Yeah, that's that. We'll go through. And yeah, tomorrow is ads. Tomorrow we are going to do some marketing. We're going to build some creatives. And we are going to build it out. Did you link product to store? No. So with a private supplier, you add them as a staff member. There's nothing to link. With a private supplier, you just link, like, there's a button on like CJ dropshipping. You just click like link to store. We just ripping from Callo. I don't think we're going to run a single Callo creative. We're going to do some direct response statics. We might even do a full landing page and maybe some native ads, but I don't think we'll rip a single thing from Callo. Not going to. I don't know. We're definitely going to do some direct response statics. Do skincare products need to meet special requirements? Like, if I think you mean FDA approval. Depends on what you're claiming and depends on the ingredients inside. If you have product ingredients that are not FDA approved already, then yeah, to sell it and make specific claims in the USA, then you would need to get it FDA approved. Honestly, the majority of readily available Chinese products, like if you message the suppliers on CJ, product supply, whatever, you'll find a lot of these products are already FDA approved because they're readily available products with readily available ingredients that have already gone through the process of getting approved. But yeah, tomorrow we turn on ads. We're gonna do some direct response marketing. We're gonna do initially some market research with the help of some AI, and then we are gonna go through, build some ads, and go from there. Set up a campaign, run it from there. All live, just like yesterday and today. Exactly what to do. That is pretty much it for day 2. Before I go into day 3, if there's been a few people asking in the chat about mentorship working with me. If you already know that you're keen, feel free to apply. I'll chuck the link to that. Oh, it's in my bio, the link to apply, but I'm sure I'll probably chuck it in the chat now as well. There's an application process, book a call, and if it makes sense for you, then that's something you can go about doing. Tomorrow, most important day by far. Look, pretty much anyone can build a product page. Pretty much anyone, like especially after what you guys have seen, can choose products. The biggest variable, the biggest needle pusher is the marketing, is building out the creatives, building out the ads. So tomorrow, definitely the most important day. Definitely going to be the longest as well, but should also be the most value. Tomorrow is when everything we've done, like the full thing, just comes together and everything is fully intertwined and running. Live campaign, real money behind it, and we'll see the data come back. We're doing a day 4 on the 18th, I believe. We'll jump back on a call, go over the exact results, core metrics, KPIs, performance indicators, and we will analyze how everything did. Cool. So, shops are all 4 days, and you're also in a giveaway. We're going to give away something pretty cool. Should be pretty solid. So shops are all 4 days. You'll be in the mix to win that. For now, we're just going to do 5 to 10 minutes of Q&A. I reckon we're going to get started. Cool. So, day 3. Let's make sure everyone's all sorted or ready to go. Drop a 1 if you've been here all 3 days, if you're ready to get started with day 3. Bet. All right, we got a lot of people. We got 600 today. There's been like 100 less every day, bro. It just goes to show who's committed to the process. Cool. Yeah, first things first, especially if you've been to all 3 days. Congrats. Showing some initiative and some discipline and turning up to all 3. Obviously, it's not every day that someone just gives out this amount of value for free, but it's also not easy to, turn up and just sit there watching me yap for 3 days. So if you turned up to all 3 days, good shit. Big ups to you. Yeah, the fact you're here, you're miles ahead of the majority of people. Just too busy, can't be bothered, procrastinating, all that sort of stuff. So before we get started with making some ads, doing some market research, some comp research, launching a campaign, we'll do a quick little recap of what we covered so far. 2 days ago, we were just starting, putting the absolute basic foundations, groundwork down for, the concept and the model, and finding a product that, to start selling initially. Yesterday, we obviously did the store build out, spent, I think it was like 2 hours building out a full store, full product page. And today we're going to obviously get some ad lives, get a campaign fully running. So, a lot of people seem to think that this process is unbelievably time consuming and difficult. The reality is we've gone from zero to launching a brand in what's going to have been like 6 hours, right? So if you can put 45 minutes per day towards this, you could launch a product every single week. And we've been taking time for cute questions and haven't been rushing, etc. So it really is, a lot easier than it's people make it out to be. Cool. Yeah. So the biggest thing, I guess, for a lot of people is the perception, the risk of putting money into campaigns and running ads, etc., and it failing and then making no money. The reality is you have to risk money to make money, right? There's no business model in the world in which you can put absolutely nothing into it and expect it to make you $1 million. That's just not how it works. You got to spend money to make money. Of course, that can be scary, but it's just the reality of it. With the right frameworks and understandings, it's a lot less scary. Yeah, so there's quite a few people in the chat. Yeah, either wasting money, throwing money down the drain, not having the right creatives, bleeding money. Yeah. Cool. Today we're going to show you guys how to actually build creatives that are going to give you a fighting chance of not burning money, right? Not every single time you test a product, not every creative you make is going to be perfect. It's going to make you $1 million. But the better fundamental understanding you have of how to make good creatives, how to make good ads, the far greater your chances of seeing a return on the money you've invested. Yeah, you have the absolute best product in the world, great product page. If your marketing sucks, it sucks. Like there's not much that can ever fix that. The ads, yeah, that is your voice, right? Your ads are your voice. It's what connects everything else you've done to your traffic, to actually having people see your work, seeing everything else. If you're unable to get people, like you can do the absolute best job of the product page, have the best product ever, but if no one ever sees it, it doesn't matter. There's going to be no conversion. There's going to be no way to scale it. There's just going to be no end result. Get your marketing wrong, get that bridge wrong, and it's just going to flop. Cool. So there's a few different ways to go about it. First thing first, there's a difference between direct response type of ads and native looking UGC style ads. So direct response stuff is the typical ads you see when you're scrolling Facebook, the ones that are really in your face, obviously an ad posted by a brand itself, and they are directly responding to the customers. On the other side of that, you have native UGC style content. We'll probably whip up a bit of it in this one with Higgsfield and Nano Banana, but a great way to market these days, it's not the absolute be all and end all, but the less something looks like an ad, the more likely people are to resonate and engage with it, right? I know that me personally and the majority of people subconsciously are wired to just instantly scroll as soon as they see an ad. It could be for a product that you actually really like. It could be something that you would genuinely be interested in buying. But a lot of the time, bro, when you're just doom scrolling reels or whatever, TikTok, and you see an ad, you just want to get rid of it as fast as possible, right? So the idea behind native looking content is that it's authentic and it's native to people's For You pages, timelines, etc., which means you're not going to have that initial pushback, people just immediately scrolling, even if you can buy yourself 2 seconds worth of their time to stop and read your messaging and start going down your funnel. That's a lot of value for you. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to do some, we will do some direct response style sort of ads, the traditional ones that you'll see online, but we're probably going to do some natives, UGC style ads as well. Cool. Primary text and headlines, descriptions. This is all 100% variable depending on the content that's being published. For like a direct response style ad, something that's more bottom of funnel, even middle of funnel, you do honestly, like, the copy itself is quite important, but for the bottom of funnel style direct response sort of ads, it's nowhere near as important as the media. Primary texts in general, primary texts, headlines, descriptions are really only super important for really cold audiences, really top of funnel style creatives in which you have a big information bridge with your customers. They have a long and consumer information journey to go down. Someone who is completely unaware of what you're selling, has no understanding of the problem that you're trying to convince them that they have, has no real worries or desire to buy the product yet. That is the type of person that is going to need a lot more information in order to complete that consumer purchasing decision. With something bottom of funnel, something more direct response, you're not going to need as much context because they're already going to have a lot of that information already. In terms of compliance and stuff like that, it's important to make sure you don't go making any outrageous claims or anything like that, because see so many people get started with running ads and they'll sell some like a weight loss supplement and be like, lose weight in 2 weeks. And you will just have like so consistent ad rejections if you're making claims that aren't legit. So make sure you're not implying anything that you can't uphold. There's a lot more to marketing than just making promises you can't keep and hoping people don't realize. Call to action. Always use shop now or learn more. Learn more if it's going to a landing page of some sort. Shop now if it's just going straight to a product page. This is super simple. There's nothing much to this one. So in terms of your where these are, this is an example of a Facebook ad, in-feed ad. This is the sort of thing you'd see while you're scrolling through Facebook. UGC means user-generated content. So it just looks like it's made by an individual. But this is an example of a Facebook ad you'd see while you're scrolling through just typical Facebook on your phone. The primary text is a bit up the top. The headline is a little bit below. The call to action is the box, the hyperlink in which takes you to the next destination. And the creative, a lot of beginners will call this the ad. It's called the creative, is like the media itself, the actual media, graphic, image, video, whatever that you're using to promote your product. Cool. Typically for a beginner, I'd recommend launching with one campaign, just one CBO, one ad set. Aim for like 10 creatives on a day one. You want about 10 ads. The way that a CBO works, campaign budget optimization, is the type of campaign, Facebook and Instagram ads. What it does is it distributes budget according to the ads that are performing best. So let's say you upload your 10 ads to your campaign. It processes them, runs them against a set of references, etc., and works out like exactly which ones are going to perform, which ones are going to resonate with your target audience, which ones aren't. And it's only going to spend money on the creatives it knows are going to perform best. It's very accurate. Like, to be honest, it's like 90% accuracy. There's hardly a time where, it won't spend on a really good ad, or it'll spend too much on an ad that isn't good. It knows what it's doing. The algorithm is, nearly 20 years old. It's had billions, if not trillions of dollars spent on it. It's very accurate. So the good thing about that is whether you upload 3 ads or 20 ads, it's still only going to spend the same amount of money. And it's still going to split it up according to which ads are the best. So if you give it 3 ads, you're not giving it, your campaign much of a chance to find something that's really good. You've given it 3 options. And if they all suck, they all suck. If you give it 20 options, it's now got 7 times the amount of creatives to process and run references against and work out, which ones are going to convert and do best. So simply, like, the more volume you can put out for a test when you're testing out a product initially, the more data you're going to get back, the more you're going to have an understanding of what type of ads work for this product. And that is going to give you a good foundation to build upon when, launching your next set of ads, etc. Is this for real life? Did bro use AI to make a photo of a generic Facebook? No, that screenshot's from a YouTube video of mine. Cool. Now it is time for us to actually go and make some creatives. So what we're probably going to do now is go through, do a bit of market research initially, because if you make ads without actually understanding what you're looking at, what your target audience gives a fuck about, what the common alternatives are to your product, etc., then you're just shooting in the dark. So you need to do some solid market research in order to actually get an understanding of what common objections people have with products like yours or, within your niche, what common positives are for products in your niche, what alternatives people like and didn't like, pros and cons of them, what deeper problems people have that, are the reason that they're using this product in the first place. Once you have a really, really good understanding of exactly who someone is that's going to buy your product and why they are in the position to buy your product in the first place, your creatives will do way, way, way better. Cool. What I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up Reddit. Where is it? Cool. So we're selling an exfoliating gel. For those of you who turn up to day 1 and 2, you'll know the product I am selling. What we're going to do now is we're going to go through Reddit and we're going to search for some common key phrases that are related to the product we're selling. A reason we're doing that is because we want to get a real understanding of our consumers and an understanding of, what their thoughts and experiences have been with similar products. And I'm going to write down everything I learned in a little notepad as well. Cool. Seems to be a common it seems to be a common thing, this AHA, BHA issue people have. It seems to be some sort of compound or whatever that people have an issue with when it's in exfoliators. Cool. So apparently AHAs, BHAs can typically be a bit too extreme for some people, ends up fucking up their skin. Some people it works, some people it doesn't. So that is definitely an angle we can run with. So our product has no AHAs, BHAs. Now we can work out a few ways because AHA and BHAs actually work really well for a few people as well from what I'm reading. However, there is side effects and they are really, really expensive. So we can AHA, BHA without the burn. Cool. Let's try to find another thread. W. So try 9. Slash right now. Slash Accutane, which are obviously all the like traditional skincare ones that people typically, I mean, they work, but you either need a prescription or they're fucking expensive. Okay. Yes, a lot of people do like the AHA, BHA products. There are some ingredients and shit that I'm looking at though that people dislike. For example, glycolic acid, smaller molecules, which means it penetrates deeper, which means it's very irritating for people with sensitive skin. That's definitely an angle we can run with. Too much of vitamin C, which is actually what our product contains. Okay, I think we should have enough now. I'm just going to do a bit of, so that's like some manual market research about some alternatives and common objections, etc. people have with exfoliants. Now I'm going to do some on Claude. Usually I would use a set of documents I have for it to fill out, but we're not going to do that today. What separates 6 figures to 7 figure months? Delegation and creative output volume, to be honest. And just sort of like a back end. Yeah, so we were right in that. Like the most common objection for people for exfoliants is how harsh it is. It won't actually work with like every other cheap scrub. It'll dry my skin out. It'll exfoliate, damage my skin. Great. Can we? Okay, W.
Okay. Got a couple of creative concepts. We'll go for a convenience angle. Okay, I think we've got enough to start making a few. So we've got a couple different angles. We've got the no AHAs, BHAs, or AHA, BHA without the burn. We can definitely compare it to traditional skincare remedies, stuff like tretinoin, retinol, Accutane. Also, we can compare the makeup of our products to stuff like glycolic acid, which is really harmful for sensitive skin. We're going to go down the K-beauty route, it's W angle, comparing it to, sort of like leveraging it as part of Korean skincare beauty routines. So I think I have a couple ideas for some creatives, and we are now going to start making them. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to jump over to Higgsfield and start making the measures themselves. Great. I'm going to do a bit of GFX as well. Cool, we'll get that one going. While these are generating, because these are going to take a fucking while, while these are generating, if you guys have any questions or whatever, feel free to drop them. Elements, theme in the background. We're gonna do some bottom of funnel shit as well. All right, while this next one, there we go, W. All right, I'm gonna change the screen share to, I'm gonna do this shit in Canva. I'm gonna do this manually, we're gonna trench for a bit. So let me go like this, we'll make just one document for all of the creatives we make today. Meantime, what I'm going to do is get a template up for a spring. So First one, we'll just got this. Cool. That should be massive. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna stop right here. Shopify account is going crazy. Okay. One thing that you need to understand about ads, about making creatives in general, right, is people are so dopamine fried that the odds of the like we spoke about, the odds of someone stopping for an ad, especially like a direct response, an ad looking ad like we're making right now, is very low. The only thing that is really ever going to stop someone is when it is super bold and super impactful. If you have some meh, bland, boring ass looking ad, no one's fucking stopping. You also have to make sure your messaging, like all your call to actions, your headlines, all the copy in the media itself is super, super concise. You need to be able to reach your target demographic and convey exactly what you're wanting to say to them within like 2 seconds. Otherwise, they're just going to scroll. If you provide like a shit ton of like copy for them to go through, the odds of them reading it on like a direct response style ad like this is so unbelievably low. They don't have time. They don't have the care. They don't really give a fuck. Reason that I made this image right here, the way I did, the reason you just saw me increase the whites, the reason it has motion blur, the reason it's bright fucking orange is because it just makes it more bold. It makes it stand out. And that is going to be, and there's also a lot of contrast as well, which is going to be some very key and important factors in people stopping for this ad. I'm going to upload the next one to down here. Now this one is going to be kind of difficult. I'm going to go like this. We'll do this one first. This one will be easy as fuck. I paid a brand new Canva subscription for this, by the way, and Higgsfield and Claude. Okay, cool. We have that now. Now on the original, we're going to expand it to the whole page. AI is so good, bro. Woo! Holy! Okay, which one do you reckon is boldest? I like this one. Okay, bet. So, now, this is just going to be a super bottom of funnel ad. This is for the type of consumer, those in your target demographic who are already aware that they have shit skin, I don't know, cracked, dry skin. They already know that vitamin C and, jojoba, whatever we have, products are really, really good and are going to be that's what they're looking for. They've already looked into competitors of ours, etc., and they understand that we are the best positioned one. This is the type of ad that is going to attract those kind of people, right? It's extremely bottom of funnel, and essentially, like, all we're doing is throwing like a really good offer in these people's faces and getting them on impulse. They're already looking for an exfoliant. They already know that they want a vitamin C, blah, blah, blah exfoliant, which we'll really reiterate in our primary text. And we are now just going to hit them with a offer that is just irresistible, too good to be true. I think we did a buy one get one free. Okay. Basic ass bottom of funnel ad. I'll put a drop on this. Direction. And we'll put some.
bit of FOMO. Chuck in a little bit of FOMO as well. Stock limited availability. And we're going to check a drop on that one as well. Just once again, like we spoke about, just making shit have hella contrast, stand out, etc. Super important. So actually, we might check a little bit of drop on this as well. Yeah. Bang. Bottom of funnel ad. Done. Hella bold. Hella engaging. Hella contrast. Gets the message across in a millisecond. We are having a spring sale. You can buy one, get one free. Really good offer. Anyone who's already looking for a vitamin C exfoliant is going to see this and go, okay, fuck, that's worth having a look. Although that is going to be 10% of our market share and our demographic, this is a very easy way to get through. There's very easy, impulsive type of purchases. Cool. In the meantime, I'm going to do is get it genning some more of these. Cool, we're gonna have like a hand going into the frame holding it. That's gonna look tough. Okay. Pull out my notepad full of notes. Keep in mind, I know nothing about fucking exfoliants. I'm gonna try to line it up with the angle of that. We're gonna go. I'm gonna decrease the letter spacing. Have it a lot bolder that way. W. 2 done. Oh, okay. Now we're done 2. Now, okay, how can we... Okay. It's kind of fucked this up. We're gonna get it to do it again because it's kind of it's kind of fucked it up. We have 2 though. All right. Oh, that's way better. What is the site you are? Can you share the prompts? No, I'm gatekeeping. They're only for me and the people I'm mentoring. What is the site you're using currently to build the creative? I am using a mix of Higgsfield, using the Nano Banana Pro model, and Canva, which is like, what, $70? Less than that, maybe, between both of them. I think, no, Canva's free for your first month. And Higgsfield's $30. So now we're gonna get started making the third one. Probably gonna reuse a couple of these images of Jen. So we're gonna edit this, make sure all the white's actually white, not just some like muted gray color. I'm gonna expand it. I'm gonna get the hand like kind of leaning, because at the moment that's like such a skinny area to work with, and it's still not taking up much of the page. So we'll go like this. We'll spin it. Yeah, that's better. Okay, next angle. So much not right to work with. Okay.
Why is it doing that? These need to be easier to read. Right, now we're going to find the way to, I think it's going to be like something like this, essentially maximize how bold we can make this statement by fucking around with the widths of like everything else. The hand is pissing me off, bro. Got long ass fingers, they're griefing. I reckon that kind of works best. Let's see if we can make this like look less cluttered. Okay. Yes, this might be the fucking way to do it. That is way better. The line spacing on this as well. Not the line spacing. I think it's the letter spacing. It's like, it's too much. It looks stupid. There we go. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. I don't even think these are, I'm not even gonna have these now. I don't even think I want these italic. This can actually go even bigger. I'm getting real fussy now. I'm setting shit up. Okay, now I fuck with that. Okay, now we've got 3. This is going to be more of a middle of funnel, solution aware sort of ad. This is obviously very bottom of funnel, very most aware. This one more so solution aware as well. So we have a couple middle of funnel ads and a bottom of funnel ad. We'll probably do like one more solution aware ad, and then we'll run some natives as well. I'm not going to fucking build out a advertorial or landing page just for the sake of like this not taking 3 hours, but we already have some pretty solid looking creatives and in my opinion, some pretty solid angles as well. Okay. Now we're going to do a gen up a new image. Nah, I tried uppercase. It just like, it makes the gatekeeping, it doesn't make it like it's not as bold. No, I don't care about the gut. I don't give a fuck about the logo on the tube. If it like works, if this was to like get sales and do well, then yeah, I would care. I'd white label it and rebrand it, etc., repackage it. But for the sake of like pure sake of efficiency and for the sake of doing this live as well, and not taking 3 years, then yeah, we're fucking fuck that. All right, where are we back to? Higgsfield. It's just a Claude prompt. I don't want any fucking text. I never produce I never produce creatives with text baked in. What that means is like I never get the AI to build the whole creative, because as you guys just saw with this one that I just made, like 90% of that was actually just me fucking around with like the line and text spacing and stuff like that. Like, that's what made it look good in the end. It wasn't what was said in the creative. Like, we had that key messaging from the start. We had that for ages. It was fucking around with like the spacing and stuff like that in order to get it looking perfect. That really made the difference. So that's why I usually don't let AI do that shit. I do it myself. Right. While that's genning, we'll see if there's any more questions. Your ad says 700, your shop says 600. That is terrible. Let me... see if that works better. How to make video ads when you're not just color ripping. Bro, there's so many ways to go about it without just color ripping. Obviously, a lot of people are going to do that. The reality is, it's sort of a waste of time. Like, callow creatives are good. Why 1-1 and not 4-5? You can do 4-5 if you want, bro. It just makes such a little difference. Low-key, as long, like, you can do any aspect ratio so long as the information is within the central 1-1 square, because then it shows in every single placement. But if you make it for 4-5 and you have, I don't know, text at the very bottom for like a marketplace ad or something like that, it's not going to show the bottom. That's better. This is much better. Just gonna make ours look more premium. Oh yeah, so with color ripping, you're essentially just got me banned so many times. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're just running the same. You're just running the same creatives as probably 50 other people, right? So there's nothing then separating you from everyone else. If you are just running the exact same content as everyone else, why would someone pick you? You need to have an actual moat, an actual unique value proposition to your customers in order to stand out. Like, yeah, color ripping, like, people think it's a shortcut. The reality is you'll never scale something with color ripping. You'll never actually build a business with just ripping people's shit. The only time I would recommend using any sort of callow creatives, etc., is as a benchmark. So say you start a product test, right? And you launch with 15 ads, and 10 of them are your own and 5 are from callow. That I don't have a problem with that, right? Because what that does is it allows you to benchmark your creatives against the callow data ones, the ones that are pre-existing that you know are winning creatives because they've done well elsewhere. So if your ads don't take spend and the creatives from callow do,
you know it's your fucking problem. It's your ads are shit. Like, they suck. On the flip side, if neither takes, if both of them take spend, it'll do like, if both of them take spend, your creatives are as good as the Calidata ones. And if it doesn't convert profitably, then it's just a you issue. This is looking okay. It absolutely cooked here. That's exactly what I wanted. W. How many static ads to video ads do you recommend? It really doesn't matter. The messaging is what's important. The format, the way it's packaged doesn't. You could, a video and a creative that say the same thing. Sorry, a video and an image creative that both say the same thing will have the same outcome. That's just how it's packaged. Right. Expand whole page. How has it done such a poor job of generating dirt, bro? Come on. I'm just gonna leave it like that. It's fine. It's not gonna wreck my day. Back up, remove it. Cool. What were some of the other angles? Cool. That's another one down. All right, we got 4 now. Now, next one.
Are we going to let that one generate? It's Canvas and Higgs on MasterKetters. Do you have to register as a business? You have to register as a sole trader, which is free and takes like 10 minutes. As a like having an LTD company is way better for tax, but like you're only paying tax on profits, right? You're like way ahead of yourself. Did you create this product, or is it already a thing in rebranding? We're just rebranding it, bro. No. Even though this is a test, wouldn't you put Lero in the corner of the ad or somewhere to tie it back to your website brand for congruence? No. Congruence has nothing to do with the branding. It's to do with the messaging itself. Like, no one is buying this product because it's called Lero. You know what I mean? Like, no one gives a fuck. They aren't buying this because it's called Lero. They're buying this because they need an exfoliant that's going to make their skin look better without burning their face off. Go to Wendy's order. Shit. Avocado bacon supreme, bro. Made so many of those back in the day. Wendy's way better than Carl's Jr., bro. First successful product was it was a tracksuit. Most successful, all my success has been in health and wellness. How safe is it to legally to have fake review ratings? To be honest, like you'll be fine. Once you're at like 8-9 figures, you'll probably get like an FTC lawsuit if you've got a bunch of fake reviews. But at that point, like you wouldn't. Why would you have fake reviews at that point? Just do exactly what we did yesterday. Just find real reviews for the product you're selling. It's pretty simple. How did you get good at this static so you have templates? Well, there's no templates. I'm just doing this off the rip. I've just done this like hundreds and hundreds of times, right? What apps and plans do we need when starting our store? You would have seen yesterday, bro. All right, I'm just going to make one more, to be honest. And then we're going to get started with setting up the actual campaign. We'll just launch at 5. Obviously, each day of the challenge between now and I feel like you explained everything that's going to happen beforehand, yet people are still asking those same questions. How was China? Was it weird? Yeah, it was pretty weird, but cool though. What's your ratio? Oh, top of funnel, bottom of funnel, middle of funnel when launching ads? Once again, I think it's important not to don't set a quantity goal for anything like that, because you're just limiting yourself. You're like putting yourself in a box. Quite simply, for a product test, bro, roughly 10 of the best concepts you can think of. You know, whether they're top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like, just put out, you know, a test that you're happy with. There isn't like a number to put on it. Like, you need to have this amount of top of funnel, this amount of bottom of funnel, this amount of middle of funnel. Because then what you end up doing, bro, is you will end up forcing yourself to make more of a certain type of awareness level concept than you have the creativity to, and it'll end up being dog shit. It's like forcing yourself to make some bullshit to like tick your box. Do you bother with video ads for testing? Honestly, not typically, because like we spoke about, the messaging is what matters in a creative. The messaging is what makes something work or not work. It's pretty simple. Yeah, that's the haps. Like, the way the video, like the way it's packaged, it doesn't actually make a difference. Like, it doesn't make a difference in something working or not working, a concept. It's still generating the next one, by the way. It's taking so fucking long. It's made 2 and they both suck. Does it show all 4 ads in one? No. Show each one individually. Do you take 100% of your profits? Yeah. Did you use Claude for the prompts on Higgsfield? For like one. The rest I just have like a massive document with prompts. Whatever angle gets a sale, do you just spam that angle the next day? You can definitely, yeah, like once a concept works a certain angle, you can definitely make some iterations of any winning concepts for sure. Yeah. Release the prompt files. What's a good question to ask? Not that one, bro. Okay. This shit's taking so long, bro. Should be ready in just a second. And then we'll just run with these 5 to start. Usually you want like 10 at least to launch a product test. You need to go up towards like 15, maybe even 20 if you have the time to get them done. W. Okay. It's made it finally, so we can actually get started. Right, straight away, edit, we're going to get rid of. Oh, if I can spam this underline, bro. This thing gets to work. It's irritating me. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. These are very basic. And these are definitely not going to bring in a shit ton of top of funnel. Like, they're not going to be very scalable at all. They're definitely not going to bring in much top of funnel audience, but they should bring in enough to like easily get us some sales. So I reckon we're going to launch with these 5 creatives for now. Download. We still have nearly 700 fucking people in here watching me make ads for a exfoliator, bro. Do one native ad. No. I am hyped for Iceman tomorrow, actually. I'm not doing a native. Do you know how long it takes to make a landing page, bro? For a native, do you guys remember? I'm not dropping the prompts. Do you guys remember the Reddit thing we looked at? And there was the chick, and it was the split screen with the before and after of bad skin. That's a native. That's exactly what you do with a native. Okay. Now we can switch over to Meta and we can actually launch these fucking ads. So let me just make sure this is pulled up properly. It is. Okay. Cool. Let me change the screen share. Now, over to Facebook. Right, you guys should be able to see this now. We're an ads manager. Okay, I'm literally in my girlfriend's Facebook account because I needed one that was fresh that didn't have any of my shit on it. I'm not trying to leak. But right, this is Facebook ad manager. To get here, you go to facebook.com, and then on the left you click ads manager. Okay, you fill in your details, you give them your credit card, and this is the page that you'll come to. It's that simple. First things first, the very first thing that we need to set up is the pixel. What the pixel is the pixel is what, how do I explain it? It's like the little computer bridge between your campaign and your store. So every time that someone's like clicks on your ad and then clicks add to cart, the pixel is what reports that back to Meta. So someone goes to your ad, they add to cart. The pixel tells Facebook, this person came to the website, they add to cart. So now Meta is going to start targeting more people that, you know, are like that person because it knows that those people are going to add to cart. Once you have some purchases, it's going to start targeting avatars that look like that because they know they're likely to purchase, and that's how a pixel works. It doesn't hold a substantial amount of data anymore, especially post Andromeda. But you always need a pixel, and you always need a new one. Is it easy to warm up a pixel? It takes 2 seconds. Cool. So to make a pixel, we're going to go to Event Manager. We're going to click Connect Data, Web, Next. Okay, that didn't work. Next. Nah. It's trolling me. Datasets. Web, next. Connect data, web, next. No way it's not working. Brilliant, bro. That's awesome. Let's see if I can force it. We'll do that last. We will do that last because it's having a cry. Yeah, well, essentially you click web and you just chuck in the details it asks for. It will spit out like a code, and you just paste that code into the into an app on Shopify, the Facebook and Instagram app, and that will be all connected. What we'll do then is we'll just get started straight with the campaign, since that's all we can do right now. So we're going to go from campaigns. We are just going to click create and then sales. And that is going to take you to this screen here. We're just going to name it CDO. We'll go USA, highest volume. Cool. We're going to set it to campaign budget, and this should be USD, but we're going to set it to 51.77. If you know, you know. Cool. Next page. Ad set. Now, a lot of people get this confused. They think there's like a specific way to that you need to set up your campaign in terms of like the amount of ad sets you need, etc. Ad sets are purely organizational at low scale. They are like, think of it as folders in your computer, right? Like that's it. That's literally all it is. It's like a folder on your computer. So if you want to have a separate ad set, a separate folder for your different angles, that's cool. If you want to have an ad set for videos and an ad set for statics, that's cool. It really doesn't matter. It has no performance difference when you're for a product test when you're starting out. So with that being said, I like to literally have one, and I'll just call it like OGs. Cool. Easy. This is actually, we might be able to force it here. It worked. There you go. That's how easy it is to create a pixel. And you're going to set the conversion event to purchase because obviously that's what you are after. The way that the pixel works, like I just spoke about, it's going to target people who do this action. So if you click add to cart, right, the pixel is going to look for people, your campaign is going to look for people who are going to add to cart, time wasters, people who aren't actually going to convert. Make sure this is always set to purchase, otherwise you're just going to get a bunch of gooner traffic with no fucking actual intention of doing anything other than wasting your time. Start date, you can just leave this as is. It'll launch when it launches. We're going to go United States. Typically, I start in the US and I'll just run like a US campaign. If it starts to scale vertically, I'll run a separate campaign for the rest of the world and just have like literally the locations worldwide. Nothing else in here needs to be done. Cool. This is where you choose your Facebook page. I obviously just made one for the brand, like literally just make a Facebook page for Lero, whatever the fuck it's called. We're going to go for manual upload. A single image. We're going to disable multi-advertiser ads because we do not need that shit. And now let me get the product page URL. This is going to be the link to your product page. So I'm just going to go to my store. I haven't even done a custom domain because I haven't been bothered. There it is. All right, that is the store. Page has no access to Instagram account. Don't worry about that. Cool. Now, here is where we're going to set up the creative. 1 second, I'll just quickly show you guys how to get the URL for your product page. Just in case some of you aren't familiar. So this is the product page we built out. And up top in the search bar here, that is the link to your product page. So you just copy that, and this is then going to be the page people land on from your ads, the one we built out yesterday. Excellent. Now let's go back to Facebook. So add creative. Here's where we're gonna add the actual media. Image ad, media, upload, and I'm just gonna select the 5 creatives we just made. And it's gonna upload. Should you get a credit card as a beginner? No, do not do that shit. Holy financial hole, bro. Do that when you start scaling. Would you add words to a native? No, not for the media. For the primary of a native is super important, and you need to be taking it to a landing page of some sort as well. But not on the media itself. It's meant to look just as authentic as possible. Cool. So we're going to click the first ad. Click next. Original. This is what I was talking about when people were referencing using different aspect ratios. So someone was like, oh, why don't you use a 4:5 aspect ratio? 1:1, which is like 1,000 this way, 1,000 this way, a square, is the safest aspect ratio to run. But realistically, you can run absolutely any aspect ratio you want. You could run 9:16 if you wanted, which is like this, right? But all you have to make sure is that the central square has all of the information that's important. Because if we crop this right now, looks terrible, right? Same with this. If we crop this, looks terrible. However, if it was this, if we just extended this out into the gray area and kept the middle square the same, it would look fine. Cool. Here is where we are going to do our primary text, our headline, and our description. For the headline, I'm just going to do like careers #1 exfoliator. Primary text, I'm just going to get Claude to make it. Direct response, primary text, meta, product. Bang. There we go. Primary text done. Korean skincare has one rule everyone skips. You can't layer glow onto dull skin. You have to remove it first. Our orange exfoliating gel clears out dead skin, unclogs pores, and preps your skin to actually absorb everything you put on after without the harshness of a traditional scrub. No grit, no irritation, just softer, brighter skin from the first use. 90-day money-back guarantee. Try risk-free. This is something you should be split testing as well. Like this isn't going to do fantastic. I've literally just got Claude to write it. This is something you want to be split testing, making different variations of different versions of to find one that's going to resonate best with your viewers, because it is it's decently important. Now we skip past this one. Enhancements. Turn every single fucking enhancement you see off. These are hideous, horrendous, and all they do is wreck everything. That is done, and here's how it looks. Look at this. Okay. Cooking. Wow, looks gorgeous. Nice. Now, that's one of them set up. We're going to click, we're going to change the name to OG batch and duplicate it 4 more times. We're going to duplicate original setup. See, it tries to tell you to use their little enhancements bullshit. Fuck them. They don't know what they're talking about. Now we have 5 total, which is good because we have 5 creatives total. And we'll just make sure they're all cropped right. Cool. You can skip through everything else, text, image, and enhancements, because they'll stay the same, like what you set it on before you duplicated it. But the cropping, sometimes it'll like automatically crop it. It looks fucking terrible. Bro went so quick. Edit media, and you just change the media for each ad. Don't let Zuck hear that. 5177 is a little ecom conspiracy if you don't know exactly, bro. Okay, we are done. We are done. Shit, what else do we have to do? Oh, we have to set up the pixel. Oh no, we did. We done the pixel. It's done. Everything's done. But the curves you just made would have taken me hours. Loki took me way longer than it should have. That should have taken 30 minutes. It took like, I don't know how to make 5. But yeah, we got our creatives. We got our campaign done. Like I said, I'd usually launch with 10 at least, given the fact we're doing this in an hour, a little over. Yeah. Explain how you would approach split testing. Okay, so let's say this ad is our best ad, does really well, okay? And we want to split test the primary text. You click quickly duplicate. Now you have 2 of them. Change the primary text on the second one. See which one does better. That's how you split test something. You don't need to put the pixel into the site code, not if using the Facebook Instagram app, which is the one we had set up. You just log in, select the pixel. You don't even have to put the code in. For a native ad, you need to go to a landing page, bro. There's just not enough context. There's just not enough context. Video ads, surely no, bro. It would take like an hour per one. Can you A/B in the actual media setting? No, I don't believe so. You can A/B primary text in the media setting, in the actual settings. Like if you go to here, where is it? You can select different alternatives, and then you can filter by creative enhancement to see which one did best. Do you think you can scale up video ads? I was at 10K USD a day before I started running video ads on my latest product. No, so the $50 US is for the campaign total. How do we know if the ads are doing well? There's metrics. The real ones that matter is just buying intent. But yeah, okay, fuck it. Someone said publish it. Yeah, you right. Bang. We're good. That's everything done. Oh wow. It's like a UI error. Brilliant. Hang on. I'll fix this off camera. But explain ROAS, so return on ad spend. Use 2 calorie rips. No, bro. We're not doing that. But that's that. That's just all sorted. Is there another seminar tomorrow? No, we are. That is it. We've gone from absolutely nothing to a campaign fully ready to launch in, what was that, 5 hours? Pretty sure it's 5 hours. Yep, within 24 hours, it's going to be real data. We're going to have something to look at. You didn't set up the pixel in the store. Dude, go to the Facebook, Instagram app, right? And click the pixel we just made. Takes 2 seconds. Turn on pixel matching, I will. When you reveal the results, we're doing a day 4 on the 18th, and I'll show you exactly how it went. Cool. Yeah, so before we wrap up, just wanted to touch on something that I see consistently, and it's obviously it's not even like business model dependent, but it's typically not skill or budget or anything like that. It's literally just effort and persistence and taking action that gets you results. Ecom is a data game, like I just explained, right? Especially with the way that CBO campaigns work. If you make 3 ads, you're going to get 3 ads worth of data back. If you put in 20, you're going to get 10 times the data back, and you're going to have 10 times more to look at and have so much of a clearer understanding of what you need to do before you launch your next set of ads. You're going to know exactly, you're going to have 10 times the concepts launched, 10 times the data back on all of them. You're going to have a way clearer understanding of what works and what doesn't. Yeah, so another thing to cover, everything we've gone over, right? This is not a get rich quick scheme. It's taken me 5 hours on stream to launch one product. It's taken me 4 years and millions of dollars to learn all this shit. And still, this product test could do terribly, right? All that you've learned, all that you've gone through, is about reducing the risk of it failing. It's never a guarantee. There's absolutely no guarantees. You can't eliminate the risk of something doing badly. That is literally just the essence of entrepreneurship. Cool. All right. Before we go any further, I'm just going to check and see if we have any other questions or anything like that. How do you deal with PageDeck's horrible UI and customization? PageDeck's UI and customization is pretty good, dude. And they're like split testing features are so fucking unmatched. I'm breaking even with calorie rips. That's such a W. I'd always start at 51.77 unless it's a really like high ticket product. Like say your gross margin on a product is fucking $200, then you know testing with $50 isn't gonna work. Heath, bro, no one's hitting you up for the private supplier, bro. Cool. Right. So now you guys have gone through exactly what it takes to get something off the ground, get started with Ecom. So now we're going to talk about what's after that, right? Because it's one thing to get a product test up. It is very much another thing to actually continue with Ecom and persist with it, right? You've watched me go through, find a prod, make a store, build some ads and launch it. And honestly, there's probably a lot of you now that are thinking, damn, okay, this is easier than what I thought it was going to be. Like this is actually genuinely possible. And that is really important. That getting that initial motivation and then that initial like proof of concept with your like first few sales and first stuff like that, unbelievably important and motivating you to continue and keep going. Yeah, so this is one thing I've spoken about quite a few times. Ecom for me when I started was super rough, like and unbelievably inconsistent. Like there was weeks where I was making, way more than I was from working at Wendy's, and then there would be like a month or like 3 weeks straight where I just lost money, and it was so hard to keep my head down and like stay consistent and not get brought down by the rough patches. And not being able to maintain what I knew I was capable of achieving. And it was simply because I literally didn't have the systems in place. I didn't have the fundamental skills or ability in order to maintain something longer than a few days. I didn't understand basic business practices. I didn't understand how to hire the right people, how to provide the right incentives for creative employees to actually want to help me. A lot of people, like a lot of general things in business that you don't really learn until you give it a go. And it just seemed like this constant sort of cycle of running into problems, not knowing how to fix it, losing money for 2 weeks, finally cracking it, making some more money, new problem, try to fix it for the next 2 weeks. So what I've shown you is like a tiny, small percentage of Ecom, what actually goes into it and what it takes to essentially run this as a real business. Because when you're just starting, it's not a real business. You are just testing something out for the first time in hopes of seeing some proof of concept and then starting to build around it. What we've shown today is not my day to day, for example. Are you worried about everyone in here ripping the exact same product and campaign? Nah, not at all, bro. It's like someone messaged me, DM me like yesterday and was like, what's stopping me from just like copying the same product as you? It's like, dude, what's stopping you from copying Tiger Woods' swing? You know what I mean? Try it. Go try beat him in golf. Try it. Anyone, I'm looking forward to seeing people try and compete with me. It's just not going to go good. I'll simply just double my budget and put out better creatives than you because I'm better than you. It's probably the dumbest thing you could take from this is trying to copy me. If you applied this to a product you found by yourself, you'll do substantially better than trying to compete with someone who's done 8 figures in ecom and knows exactly what they're doing. What happens when the customer actually wants their money back? You give them their money back. If there's a genuine reason for them to be given their money back, the product's defective, whatever, then you give them their money back. That's a bit of a no-brainer, really. Bro has so much more cash flow, people think they can compete. Yeah, exactly. It just doesn't work like that. Cool. Yeah. So the hardest part of ecom isn't what we've done today. It's definitely not. The difference between like getting your first sales sick, right? So first proof of concept, first understanding that this is a business model that works. I can do this. This exists. The difference between that and being consistently profitable to the point where you're able to, quit your job and do it full time, etc., is big. That is a key, like a fundamental ability gap. Because you can literally, you could put out some bullshit, bro. You can put out the worst product test ever and still get some lucky sale by some stupid Karen who doesn't really know what she's looking at. But being able to get those sales consistently every day and run something profitably day on day to the point where you're replacing your income is extremely difficult. Like that is not what we've shown in the last few days. But yeah, for any of you who are interested in, obviously we've shown what it takes now to the general, framework of getting your first sale, getting started with ecom. But for anyone who is actually serious about taking it further and wants the opportunity to work with me, be mentored, whether you're starting from fresh, whether you have a pre-existing brand that you want me to do some consulting work for in order to build out your paid media representation in terms of your percentage of your revenue that's coming in direct from consumer, anything like that, I'll chuck a link in the chat for that now. When do you register for Sole Trader? You should just register as soon as you start, bro, to be honest. Cool. So like I said, it's not just some like a course. And courses themselves, just sending someone some PDFs are fucking boring. And I don't think they work. I think majority of people learn from one-on-one human interaction, and that's what we provide. It's not just some resources. It's genuine one-on-one mentorship or consulting, depending on where you are. Yeah, and with it's not necessarily about anything other than starting with your feet under you, like with the right framework, with the right advice, with the ability to ask someone who's been in your position and made the mistakes and get some insight as to what to do next and help you with any bottlenecks along your journey. And not only do I have the 8 figures in ecom results personally, I actually nearly have 8 figures worth of student results now. More than 3.5 million of it from a single student, Alex. A lot of you will have seen me and Alex posting videos and shit recently. But yeah, we get some pretty ridiculous results of people. Even if you're in my free Discord, you'll see in the wins channel there, people like stupid testimonial for the mentorship and consulting offer that we have. Cool. So here's what you're getting access to. Yeah, we have like a full curriculum. We have like hundreds of resources and modules, all the sort of stuff that you typically get in some course. But it doesn't stop there, because I think resources without any sort of clarification on where to apply and use them, and the help from someone in order to apply them, is fairly pointless, right? Because if you trench hard enough for the next fucking, I don't know, year on YouTube, spend a bunch of money testing products, you'd find most of the stuff out. But it's about skipping that. It's about actually jumping on with me, with other people who've done multi-seven figures of ecom as well, and we're working out exactly what of those resources and modules, etc., that you need to be applying right now to get you results next. And it's not just some 1 month deal, 3 month deal, whatever. 12 months worth. So we make sure that it's enough for you to get results, right? It's not like you get 3 months in, you're only just starting to see some success, and then we flake. You get this shit for long enough to be full-time with it and doing extremely well. You get all the like private supply contacts, etc., that I've used throughout this 3 days as well. Access to a bunch of asset suppliers through Facebook, etc. Facebook, TikTok, Google, whatever it is. And yeah, for those of you that have stayed throughout, and we will check, for those of you that have stayed throughout all 3 of these calls so far, we've decided to open up a bunch of slots and a bit of an offer for you guys. We're going to give some bonuses out to anyone who's interested and has attended all 3 days and is keen to apply. Yeah, we're going to do some DFI product research with me, with some of the coaches. Make sure that you're starting on the front foot. And we'll do a store build as well. Essentially what we've done over the last few days, but for you. And yeah, help you personally get first campaigns launched, etc. Creative strategy and implementation through Meta paid media. Provide everything you need for the store build out as well. And we have a guarantee too. Yeah, if you haven't hit your goal after 6 months, yeah, we'll literally keep going until you do. Like there's no, it's open-ended. There's no fucking cop out. I'm pretty confident in what we provide. Cool. That is pretty much it. Like I spoke about, the value of joining isn't necessarily in the content at all. It's in the help you're given. That's pretty much it. I'm trying to work out exactly how much time we spent. I think it was 5 hours. I think I pretty much budgeted that correctly. First day was an hour 20. Second day was an hour 45. Today was 2 hours 10. So 6 hours. A little more than 5 hours, just under 6 hours going through the exact steps from product research to getting something actually live, getting something all the way from nothing to running paid media for a product. You see me build it from scratch, from zero. And on May 18th, we're coming back. I'm going to reveal everything that happened. We're going to go through all of the results and ad spend for I think it's 4 days, 4 or 5 days, and show you exactly what happened, how I ran, any implementations of creatives or changes I made throughout. Because the thing is, right, a lot of people can jump on YouTube, Instagram, whatever, post a screenshot from 8 months ago and say they know what they're doing. It's very different when you do it live over 3 days like I just have and show the exact results 3 days later. There's no cherry picking. There's no hiding behind anything. there's no excuses. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And you guys are going to see exactly what happens in 4 days' time. So I've got to now go lock in for the next 4 days and make sure I have some fucking good results to show you guys come the 18th. Yeah, and we're doing the giveaway as well. We're doing the giveaway on the 18th as well. So, yeah, there'll be a new link for that in the WhatsApp and by email. I'm going to do a giveaway on the 4th day at the end of it. Okay, fuck it. I think that's pretty much going to wrap up day 3. Whoever it was that sent me a fucking Zinger box yesterday, I'm expecting another one today, right? I'm hungry. It's been 2 hours. And please don't forget the supercharged sauce this time. Bro, that was so buzzy. I literally opened the door over the street and it's just an Uber driver. All right, sweet. Thank you everyone for turning up. Appreciate everyone who has, especially those who have gone through all 3 days. Like, that's crazy. Like, there's still 500 people nearly in here now. So appreciate all of you for turning up. I hope you've gotten like a shit ton out of this as much as you possibly could, made some notes. And I hope whether it's with or without my help, I don't mind. I truly do not mind. The mentorship consulting is just there for those who think they need it, right? But with or without my help, I hope those of you who are genuinely serious about this shit actually give it a try. You know, like I said, with or without me, I don't care. But if this is something you actually want to pursue, please do it. Because it's changed my life, changed lots of people I know's lives. So appreciate all of you. And I will I'll see you on day 4.
So that was pretty much it. I hope you guys enjoyed. For those of you who attended live, thank you very much. It was crazy to have so many people in the live. We had nearly 1,000 concurrent people watching me build a fucking ecom brand live, which was pretty crazy to see. And a massive thank you to those of you who are watching it now, whether you missed it, whether you're re-watching it to get some extra value in, to refresh yourself on some of those steps. Appreciate the support, appreciate you tuning in. For those of you who are interested in one-on-one mentorship, there will be a link in my bio for that. I have nearly 8 figures worth of testimonials from the last year alone. It's pretty ridiculous. I also have a free Discord, and obviously I post a bunch of free shit as well. You know, I'm not gonna make you pay for my help, right? I give out as much as I possibly can for free. Regardless, thank you all very much, and I will see you in the next video.